careful, careful.
Good morning, Grenada, Carriacou, and Petite Martinique. Time check for you inside of the studios, 2 minutes past 7 o'clock.
I think we have
yourself a blessed one today. And let's head over to the phone lines for our morning prayer. Good morning.
Good morning to you. And good morning to the nation. This morning, Lord, we give you thanks. Putting us to bed, waking us up, the breath of life in us. We see a bright and getting up morning where we could tell you, thank you, Jesus, for each and everything you have done unto us this hour, Lord. Father, I bring the country before you, Grenada, Carriacou, and Petite Martinique. Father, remember that country if thou be so pleased. Father, remember the four corner of that country. Remember the enter in of that country. Father, wash it and drain it dry. Father, remember the people in the country if thou be so pleased, including the school children this hour, Lord. Have mercy on them this hour, blessed Lord. Father, lift them up before you. Father, you know in a time like now, you know they're coming home, Lord. Father, keep them in the act of safety. Father, guide them and protect them. Do for them what they cannot do for themselves. We know, Lord, some are very stubborn-hearted, but Jesus, remember them. And we cannot turn our back on them in a time like now. I bring all the teachers before you. Wheresoever the teachers meet them, talk to them. Wheresoever there is, and you see them, talk to them this hour, blessed Lord. Father, remember all the principal. Father, the youth I bring before you this morning, blessed Lord. Here and everywhere, I bring them in a mark and special way. Father, and I lift them up to you this hour, blessed Lord. Father, what could I tell you what you don't know concerning the youth? Father, you are the maker of each and every one of them. Father, some are very stubborn-hearted, but remember them in the days of mercy. Father, guide and protect them this hour, blessed Lord. Remember the Prime Minister I bring before you. Remember that son this hour, blessed Lord. Father, look over him, guide him and protect him, Lord. All the ministers I bring before you. Remember the opposition party this morning, Lord. Remember that son, Dr. Kid, by name and by number. Reach out and touch him if thou be so pleased, Father God. What could I tell you this morning, Lord, concerning that son, this hour, blessed Lord? Father, you knows everything. Remember all the ministers. Remember the past and the present. Father, remember each and every one this hour, Lord. Joy you cut in and give them a peep down. Father God, remember your children. We are your sheep in the pasture. You know each and every one of us by our different vices. My God and my King. Remember Grenada. Remember them this hour, blessed Lord. Father, remember Grenada. Remember the people in Grenada. Remember the entire force. Remember the SSU. Remember the boat on the ocean. Remember the plane in the air. Remember all workers here and everywhere. Father, I cannot name them one by one, but you are acquainted to them. Father, remember all your children this hour, Lord. Have mercy on them. Father, you say rock of ages, clear for them. Father, let they hide themselves in thee and let the water run the blood and by the wound inside. His flow this hour, blessed Lord. Father, dry you caught in, give them a peep down. Prop them on any bending side. Some are sick and some are sad. Some are lost in love they have. But this hour, blessed Jesus, remember them, Lord. Pass by those in the home, the sick and afflicted one, those that cannot help themselves. Pass by the hospital this morning, those on the hospital bed, those preparing themselves for the operation table, those in childbirth, I bring them before you, Master. I ask you for safe deliverance. Remember the nurses and the doctors, all you workers I bring before you, blessed Lord. Father God, those who have lost their loved one, I bring each and every one before you. Father, you know the sorrows, Lord, you know the pain. Father, you know everything, but I asking you, Lord, to comfort them if thou be so pleased. My God and my King, remember that son I bring before you this morning, blessed Lord. Thanking you for everything for him. Thanking you for safe arrival this morning, blessed Lord. He whom he left behind, I bring it before you. Each and every one of them are dwelling in that home. I bring them before you this morning, Lord. My God and my King. The bread basket is in your hand this hour, Lord. You know and you see and you understand this our Master, Mr. Andre, Lord. I bring before you this morning. Father, pass by the whom you lend unto him. Father, keep him in the act of safety. Guide him and protect him, Lord. Keep him on praying ground and if none watchful thumbs. The spring of his body, I bring before you this hour, blessed Lord. Remember each and every one of them, all those who are dwelling with them. I bring them before you this hour, Lord. His staff is in your hand this morning, Lord. Each and every one of them, I cannot name them one by one. But, Master, you are acquainted to all your children because they are your sheep in the pasture. You know each and every one of them by their different voices. Bind them together like one bundle of stick that cannot be broken. My God and my King. Remember Miss Matterson this morning, blessed Lord. Thanking you this morning for health and for strength and for life and for mercy. Pass by she whom this hour, blessed Lord. Remember her this morning, the offspring of she body, she companion, friend, my God and my King. Remember them this morning, blessed Lord. Remember Miss Joe, I bring before you, blessed Lord. Father, remember them if thou be so pleased, my God and my King. Remember Miss Jacob, wheresoever she looketh, not she alone this hour, Lord. But Father, take her in your kind care. Remember my village and my people, my God and my King. This hour, blessed Lord, each and every walkers again. Pass by them, Lord. The road is rough and the road is tough for them. But with you, Jesus, once they depend on you, I know they can make it this hour, Lord. Especially with that time and season what coming up, Lord. Shatten Satan chain towards the children. Shatten Satan chain towards the village, the parish, the country. My God and my King. As we tell the disciple to say, our Father which art in heaven, holy be thy name, thy kingdom come. Thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us the days our daily bread and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us, and lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from all evil. For there is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen and amen. Thank you, Lord. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Pleasant day.
You too.
All right.
All right, take care. It's real, it's 91.9 on the radio dial. A time check again for you. 8 minutes past 7 o'clock. I'm going to be here with you until 11:30 this morning.
Where you go? Where you walk? What you say? When you talk? Where you go?
Let me say good morning to Stalin.
What you say?
Good morning to Mr. Lennox. Based inside of London, England, always locking it down. Sometimes the first person to message me in the morning time. Good morning to Caroline and family. Miss Ferguson, have a wonderful day. Yeah.
It's a hungry world out there,
Bless up, Christopher Duncan. Good morning, brother.
with everybody scrambling to get a share. Wolves in sheep clothing, both of
Remember, if you're inside of St. Patrick's and you're looking for something to eat bright and early this morning, be sure to check out Velma's Restaurant and Bar. For breakfast, she has coconut bakes, saltfish, chicken, smoke herring, ground provision, fried cuckoo. And that's for breakfast. And for lunch, she has macaroni pie, baked chicken, stew fish, veggie rice, black beans, pumpkin, ground provision, and potato salad. And she got local juice to go with that. And my favorite in the afternoon time, burgers and fries. 10 minutes past, we're working. Let me also say good morning to Pearl Lewis, Michelle Alexander, Wendy Telesford, Errol Bonaparte, Claudia Abraham. I hope I got your name right. Yes, baby daddy, I see you.
greed and jealousy, hatred and envy.
Deborah Laborde, good morning. I got some folks inside of Brooklyn, New York, always locking it down. Noise Radio is always tuned in. Spice Ram, have yourself a wonderful morning, brother. Yeah.
You gotta be careful.
Shama Jeremiah, good morning to you. Wendy Telesford.
How you move when you're moving, which direction you're going.
got some folks inside of Toronto locking it down too. Mr. Dexter, good morning. You got to be careful, careful. Igwe.
Where you walk, what you say, when you talk, where you go, where you walk, what you say, when you talk.
In your search for happiness, you got to leave a little room for loneliness. More things could happen all of a sudden before you realize it's only a disguise. You got to be careful. You got to be careful with what you do and how you're doing it. If you do, when you're doing it, you gotta be careful. You gotta be careful, careful. Corruption that's going on. Staying alive, trying to survive. That is how it is today. So as you go along your way,
You got to be careful. Good morning.
Hello, good morning.
Go right ahead.
Good morning to you. Good morning to the nation. A reading from the Word of God, Psalm 134. Behold, bless ye the Lord, all the servants of the Lord, which might stand in the house of the Lord. Lift up your hands in his sanctuary and bless the Lord. The Lord that made heaven and earth. Bless thee out of Zion. This is the end of the scripture reading. Your phone cut off, you know.
No, you don't cut off, you did.
That phone gets in trouble every time, that's why I'm saying that.
I know that phone don't stress you.
Yeah, you have a wonderful day and a lovely weekend.
You too.
All right, bye.
Take care. Remember, coming up at 7:20, I got the weather. Go pay some bills and then we go bang. It's the extension. It's Friday.
.5 Real FM got you covered.
Step inside. Immerse yourself in colors that come alive.
Color by Sissons.
Let your imagination run wild. Surround yourself in a world of color.
Color by Sissons.
Endless inspiration. Bold expression. Bold expression.
Color by Sissons. Sissons. Express your style with Color by Sissons.
Do you know, when you play the games of the National Lotteries Authority, you are supporting sports, culture, and nation building in Grenada, Carriacou, and Petit-Martinique?
Hi, I am Junior Murray, cricket coach, sports enthusiast, and a former West Indies cricketer. I endorse the games of the NLA 100%. For the past 40 years, the NLA has been funding many sporting activities, including competition for schools and clubs, and for athletes to participate in overseas tournaments such as the Carifta Games and the regional cricket tournaments. Additionally, they made it possible for you, the public, to view local, regional, and international tournaments from the comfort of your homes. For those reasons, I play the game of the NLA. Even if I do not win, I know Grenada always wins.
Yes. When you play all the games, the NLA in turn supports sports, culture, and nation-building activities throughout the Tri-Island state.
M&M Hardware Limited, Hope St. Andrew and Dusty Highway St. George. Shop conveniently for all your building materials including plumbing, electrical, lumber, cement, steel and much more. We manufacture roofing sheets available in 11 colors, aluminum windows, doors, insect screens and hurricane shutters. Installation services are available for all our manufactured products. Our opening hours are Monday to Friday 8 a.m. to 4 p.m., Saturdays 8 a.m. to 3 p.m. M&M Hardware Limited. Come on in and experience our affordable prices or call us 444-6757 or 440-6757 Dusty Highway. Email us at info@mahonhardware.com or mnmdusty@mahonhardware.com. M&M Hardware, foundation to roof. Let's build together.
The first word when you speak about furniture is classic. Yes, at Classic Furniture, they design and make the best in local furniture. All their products are made from the finest local wood available on island. You think it, they design it and make it to your expectations. The highest standards at the best possible price, and they also provide higher purchase for you, their valued customers. Located on Ben Jones Street in Grenville, with their factory at Chantemelle in St. Patrick. That's where you need to visit when looking for products made of the finest local wood. They deliver and install items at no extra cost. Your satisfaction is their mission. The extra step is taken to ensure their customers are completely satisfied. They do doors and finished kitchens, supplies mattresses, and restores antique pieces to look like the first day they were made. Hey, give us a call on 442-4645 and 442-9726. Classic Furniture, Grenada's homegrown furniture producers.
Say good morning to Natalia John.
Where you go? Where you walk? What you say?
And Gemma James.
Where you go? Where you walk?
And before I forget, let me say a special, just make it sure. Let me say a special happy birthday going out to Terrence Julian. All these greetings are coming from your lovely sister, Jenny. She wishes you a happy, happy, happy birthday. Yes, Igwe?
Yes, Terrence Julian, my very, very good friend. Mm-hmm. I just passed you with some mangoes in your hand. I hope you're going to have a blessed birthday sock morning. Mango, yeah, just passing with some mango.
Good vibes, good vibes, good vibes.
Well, bro, you know how far we've come, and you know my respect for you as a person, so I hope you enjoy this day to the fullest. I also want to say, blessed birthday to Cara out in New York.
All right, happy birthday, yes, happy birthday, Cara. Yes, yes.
So this is a good month because I'm in month too. You know?
Month too? Well, this month I tell you we're eating goat.
Yeah, man, goat must eat goat and bust up shot.
We don't play in it this month. You know?
With curry mango. And caral and pumpkin and beans.
All right. Let me do the people at the walk.
We have to prepare to meet the challenges of life without fear.
Good morning again, Grenada, Carrico, and Petit Martin. This morning we're heading over to the Met office. We're speaking with Miss Trisha Miller. Good morning.
Good morning to you. Good morning to you, listeners of Real FM. It's a fair morning here at the airport with some adjacent showers. Winds are from the east at 12 miles per hour. Barometric pressure 1013 millibars, which is below the mean, but it's rising. Present temperature 27.4 degrees Celsius. Relative humidity 84%. Yesterday's maximum temperature was 31 degrees Celsius, and the minimum temperature last night was 25.7 degrees Celsius. Over the past 24 hours, 2 millimeters of rainfall were recorded here at the MBIA. This brings the total for the month so far to 42 millimeters. Now the public forecast valid for today and tonight for Grenada, Carriacou, and Petite Martinique. The weather is expected to be partly cloudy and hazy, increasing in cloudiness as the day progresses, with light to moderate showers this afternoon and overnight, some of which may become heavy at times, and also accompanied by lightning and thunder. There's a low chance of flash flood. Winds east-northeasterly to east-southeasterly at 14 to 24 miles per hour. Today's maximum temperature is expected to get up to 31 degrees Celsius. Seas moderate. Waves 4 to 6 feet in open waters. Tides will be low around midday and high about 6 p.m. Sunset this evening at 6:37. Sunrise tomorrow morning at 5:49. So just to recap, the weather is expected to be partly cloudy and hazy, increasing in cloudiness as the day progresses, with light to moderate showers this afternoon and overnight, some of which may become heavy and also accompanied by lightning and thunder. From the Met Office, Trisha Miller.
Thank you very much, and have a good day. All right, folks, we'll be back after this. We'll pay some bills, and after that, we're ready to bang.
91.5 Real FM got you covered.
It is said, the proof of the pudding is in the eating. Therefore, the authenticity of the beverage can only be acquired in the taste. A taste which is original to Antoine de Beauregard Industries and comes from a combination of spices and local rum, which can hold its own all over the world. Woodman, a strength which speaks for itself. A taste which stands out from the rest, bottled with care, which speaks to perfection. Try Woodman today and be stunned by a flavor as never before. Let your palate savor that which is produced locally. Do not be deterred by substandard products. Our taste speaks volumes and sets us apart from the competition. You will be satisfied with every sip of our product. Say rum, say Woodman, feel satisfaction. Now that's quality.
The first word when you speak about furniture is classic. Yes, at Classic Furniture, they design and make the best in local furniture. All their products are made from the finest local wood available on island. You think it, they design it and make it to your expectations. The highest standards at the best possible price, and they also provide higher purchase for you, their valued customers. Located on Ben Jones Street in Grenville, with their factory at Chantemelle in St. Patrick. That's where you need to visit when looking for products made of the finest local wood. They deliver and install items at no extra cost. Your satisfaction is their mission. The extra step is taken to ensure their customers are completely satisfied. They do doors and finished kitchen, supplies mattresses, and restores antique pieces to look like the first day they were made. Hey, give us a call on 442-4645 and 442-9726. Classic Furniture, Grenada's homegrown furniture producers.
Do you know that you can lower your electricity bill by switching to energy-efficient appliances? By switching to energy-efficient appliances, you can help lower your energy usage. Your refrigerator, for example, is amongst the highest energy-consuming appliances within your home, as it remains running throughout the day and night. Switching to an energy-efficient refrigerator can lower your electricity bill by up to 40%. As an individual consumer, I cannot impact global fuel prices. However,
step inside. Immerse yourself in colors that come alive.
Color by Seasons.
Let your imagination run wild. Surround yourself in a world of color.
Color by Seasons.
And timeless inspiration. Bold expression. Bold expression.
Color by Sissons. Sissons. Express your style with Color by Sissons.
From the north, covering south, east, and west. This is Real FM.
They tell me candid, they too wicked, far too crooked. That is the frequent comment I hear. Too one-sided, underhanded, can't be trusted. This is the opinion, yes again. For their own abuses, they keep making excuses. Housing crack up over. They unleash the lawyer, set up an inquiry just to get Kid Rowley. But they wouldn't sue the false paper screw. I don't need to close to tell them go. Hurry, pack up your bundle now. Stop fooling the people. The country taking a beating. So me plea are repeating. Go. They're like a natural disaster. Now. 10 times worse than Ebola. Like a dog with fleas and tongue on their knees. And I'm begging, go now. And I did one week. From side to the country. Streets turn into rivers, then into seas. Is why I'm singing. Now this is my humble petition. I know if it for election. Go now, please. Accidental, detrimental, could be lethal. Are you willing to take that chance? Much too seedy, they too greedy, eyes too beady. Honeymoon end before the romance. We expect corruption, but now without check or interruption. That a few might stuff the pocket, but not racket by the pocket. From the constant comments, we ain't get no recess. Before things fall apart and the riot starts. Even in chutney, I'll tell them go. Make it sooner than later. To protect the future, please. For the sake of we children and the next generation. Go. To safeguard our image. Before Griffith cause more damage. Like a dog with fleas and tongue on the knees. And I'm making go. Now they try to stick me with Rashmi. They have more trick than Houdini. Streams turn into rivers, then into seas. That's why I'm singing. Please, Mrs. Hamla. Take Munila and Sharma. Go now, please.
Peace to all the listeners of Real FM. Real expressions for Friday, 6 July 2023. The extension Igwe. 1 John 4:20. Whoever claims to love God, yet hates a brother or a sister, is a liar. And the willingness of this present government to accept, the unwillingness of this present government to accept responsibility for the welfare of the Grenadian public is appalling. Grenada is my constituency, Igwe. Real FM is my parliament. And I'm the people's spokesman, protected and blessed by the Ancient of Days. My function here is to bring facts to the people, Igwe. The question begs, what is happening to us here in this country? We heard the recent happenings. So the question begs, Igwe, what is happening here to us in this country? Ask them Jabba in the parliament for me. Because they have the answers, Igwe. And Igwe, we keep saying, where shame is absent, anything could happen. like real corruption and the attack on the poor people children. So we speaking this morning, and the first issue we'll get into is with 1 year gone, the first year gone in this administration tenure. And it gives us the opportunity now, Igwe, to compare and to contrast. And we will tell you fast, it's like night and day. The difference is clear. Well, transformation or restorative justice is clear. Which brings me to a point of discussion, Igwe. Because during the election campaign, the National Democratic Congress said to the nation that the NNP did nothing. So it is my intention over the next few programs, Igwe, to highlight some of the nothings done by the NNP and the impact on the people the nothings had. And remind the people what is going on now in terms of comparing and contrasting. But before we give you this, Igwe, I observed something last night which I ought to give commendation to Igwe. The bus sheds in my local, I realize you have solar panels and lights in the bus shed, which is very, very good. Very, very good move. Whoever initiated or caused it to happen, take a bow. However, with that being said, I must speak to the citizens to protect the panel and to protect the lights. Yes. Because there's a habit here in this country that nobody cares and will go at length to either take or to mash up those things. And there are persons who would see what's going on and don't say nothing. Igwe, we ought to be our brother's keeper. And in terms of the light in the bus stops or bus, what you call it, bus sheds, we ought to be our brother's keeper and ensure that persons don't vandalize a good thing. So like we say, Igwe, whoever caused it to happen, kudos to you, take a bow. But at the same time, we must speak to the citizens. It's a good thing, don't mess it up. Don't take it. Don't spoil it. Don't vandalize it. Please. With that said, the unwillingness of this present government to accept responsibility for the welfare of the Grenadian public as relates to health care, the cost of living, social and real stability and unemployment is a cause for concern. And one of the cause for concern, it has to do with the seed program, Igwe. And I'll tell you why, Igwe. In recent days, started with this entity here, Andre Donald had one Mrs. Leonora George, I think, speaking and explaining the seed program. And sometime yesterday, whilst browsing through the internet, I bounced up a program with one Simon Says with Miss Jenny Simon, where the same esteemed lady was there giving us a synopsis. But before we get into it, Igwe, there's two clips I want you to play. So we go set the stage with the clip and then speak off. Or we have a call on the line?
No. I was running the clip for you.
You run the clip.
So let me zero in. You have a seed program. The World Bank says if you're making $650 or less, you're poor. Yet still, the seed program is only paying you $350 and $450. They are aware of the World Bank report. Why then raise the seed program to $650 or more? So if they were interested in truly alleviating poverty or truly helping you, they would raise the figure to $650 or more. So I'm saying to all of the persons who are genuinely on the seed program, particularly our older citizens who would have worked to help build Grenada, the seed program should be for you, for people who are differently able, for elder citizens.
My government has decided to continue the vertical expansion of seed program, which was scheduled to end in December of this year. This therefore means that family will continue to receive the additional $150 per household. Madam President, we will also be completing the recertification of all beneficiaries' household to determine how many families' socioeconomic conditions have improved and therefore no longer need seed support.
And in the discussion with the lady, the whole issue that was raised by the Prime Minister of this country and others associated with him, that persons were added to the seed program just before the election as a means of vote. Ms. George debunked the whole thing. As a matter of fact, she explained, Igwe, that only 6 households was added to the program in that particular period of time. So I want Mr. Telesford, because I know he does listen, and the Prime Minister, Mr. Deacon Mitchell, to come to the nation and say Ms. George not speaking the truth. Because the impression you give the nation about sanitizing the list, purging the list, you only came back to the nation and say we add, if it's 500 plus people to the list, but you never said how much you take out. But there are persons who was on the list, and when they went to collect, they told them they no more have any money to collect. So that means persons were removed. So there is a real question. How many persons was removed on the list? Also, what was interesting, all the talk by the Prime Minister and Mr. Telesford Igwe about the seed program and all the problems he have. Doctors on the list, this on the list, this on the list. The esteemed lady indicated that she intended to give Mr. Telesford an overview of the program, and he said, watch, 10 minutes I have to go in a meeting in 10 minutes time. So for the Grenadian public, the over 7,000 people they say on the seed program, Igwe, only 10 minutes Mr. Telesford had to listen about a program they involve in, one which now he's making all kind of accusation and clean up list and who not on the list and so on, added to the fact that the Prime Minister during the election campaign, and we must never forget that, said there is a seed program what pays you $650 or less. But he is not raising it, he decreased the money by removing the $150. And in that discussion, Igwe, the Honorable Prime Minister say, if they intend to help you, they'd have raised the money. So, Mr. Prime Minister, explain what does it mean. Because you see, if the past administration intended to help the people equally, you'd have raised the money. But you take out. So what is your intention? Is to send them into absolute abject poverty? And they keep basing on the elderly and so on. And when you hear Miss George, when she spoke of, you understand, you will get a better appreciation to what the seed program was about, Eagle. And it simply means this government is using the seed program to launch a serious attack on poor people, children. Because they don't like when you say poor and vulnerable, because they want to obliviate the poor and the vulnerable in this country. Because if the Prime Minister, in his deliberation, say there is a seed program which pays less than $650, and the World Bank say if you pay if you earn under $650, you're poor. And the seed program is for the poor, but you're removing monies from less than $650. But you accuse the other government. You see, if they was interested in helping you, you'd have put more money. What you taking out on the less money and making all kind of excuse about the list has to be sanitized and doctors on the list. But we know what you just do because you talk out a cabinet conclusion up to now. We can see it. And that is the problem with this administration, Igwe. When they speak, somebody always could come out with facts, not just saying they lie. With facts to prove what they say is not true. And the George lady has presented facts. Like I always say, Laco go understand that. They unclothe them, they're looking for fig leaf right now like Adam in the garden. Because you sanitize the list as you claim, and persons are claiming their names are off the list. And when the persons who are claiming the name of the list are bona fide persons who really need the seed program. But you hear they saying they're off the list. And then you're boasting, you put on 500. But when 6 households went on, you see, they're giving them for election and vote. So the 500 what you put on now, what it is? You start to campaign already? Because when 6 households went on, you say it was for vote and election. Now you're boasting you put on 500 plus. Is it for election purposes? Or have we seen the campaign already started? And so, Mr. Telesford, you need to stop complaining about the seed program and complain. Tell us the real deal. Because you couldn't wait to get an understanding of the program. You couldn't wait 10 minutes. Igwe, 10 minutes. A program of that magnitude, which would affect over 7,000 persons in this country. And I might add poor people at that. You couldn't spend or spare 10 minutes. There are other more important business than the business of the people. So now Ms. George has come out and gave information. Page 15, 14, 15, and 16 of the handbook is a page that those persons and them who get purged from the list should make themselves au fait with and appeal. Because there's grounds for appeal. And they should appeal equally. Because this is unbecoming of this present administration. And we see where shame is absent, anything happens. Shame is absent. They remove people from the list, remove money, and attack on the less fortunate among us. Real corruption. And then you boasting you add over 500 persons to the list. but you're not saying how much you take out, and we know you take out because persons are complaining. So you can't say you can't say it's a prank. Because when I'm a Rolo say, they say it's prank. You can't say it's prank. And that is the crux of the matter. And that is what we're grappling with this present administration, Igwe. So when I say what is going on to us in this country, ask them job in the cabinet for me. Because it was a serious attack on the poor people of this country. And they gloating about it. The manual is there. So all the old talk you hear in Igwe about the seed program lying. And them fellas them so shameless, Igwe, and brazen. They come into the nation and just tell lies, knowing fully well you have information out there that could prove what they're saying is lie. But they don't care. Because they got where they are through lies, Igwe. And they continue to lie to the Grenadian public. But the manual, the seed manual is there. And it ain't hard copy, Igwe. I don't think artificial intelligence maybe don't know about the manual. Artificial intelligence, AI don't know about the manual. Igwe. So it is mind-boggling. But you see where there is no shame. And why not engage in discussion? You come and you meet a particular program around you. You don't want to get yourself involved in any discussion as it relates to the running of the program. But you know you need to sanitize, you know you need to fix, you know persons are added just before election and the information is false. 6 also. Come clean. So Mr. Telesford, you're listening. Stop complaining about the seed and complain. And let the people know the true situation behind the seed program, Igwe. And tell the people based on the manual what is going on. And if, as you claim, persons was added to the list for vote, and only 6 households was added, Mr. Telesford, and now you're boasting that you add 500 plus. Why are you telling us you do it for vote? You start to campaign already. Because you had bring up the persons added for voting. And only 6 households. So you what open that Pandora's box. Because you say persons was added for vote. So what are you saying to us? The 500 plus persons you claim you add, is it about electioneering or should we expect election in a not too distant future? And you start campaigning already because you say that. But it should be told you couldn't even wait more than 10 minutes to have a discussion on the same program, the seed program, to understand the nuances, to understand the target group of persons. You didn't want to know that because you just hell-bent on taking out who you perceive are your political opponents. It's all about taking out who you perceive because when the disciple of hate indicate to get rid of all NNP, we realize where the instruction comes from. the one who pays the piper call the tune Igwe. And Igwe, that is a matter for concern. Because that, in particular, the seed program, has affected Igwe, the cost of living for some people, in grappling with it. Because the intention, Igwe, of the 150 was clear. All the old talk you hear now about it for and about it for, the intention was crystal clear to cushion the effect of cost of living. That was the intention. And the Prime Minister in his New Year's speech, nobody don't come in to help us. The cost of living worse than then. But you're removing the cushion. So you want people trying to fall and break their neck. It affects health care because you do have medication in the hospital. Despite all the go wrong and saying to Lockett and them just coming and make themselves some public liars, and that is to aid and abet in people in getting a little medication. And then it leads to instability in the country. Crime. They say the police having a press conference today. So maybe they go bring out some measures to deal with the crime situation. I hope they do. And to allay the fears or to make people feel more comfortable going into the carnival Igwe. And the same action on seed as relates to unemployment in this country. And we know the unemployment situation in this country is serious, Igwe. Because when this government sit and allowed over 3,000 people to lose work, it is a matter for concern, Igwe. And here this, Igwe. And here this, with all what they do to the seed people, with the situation of crime, they bring in some retirees. And here this thing. The retirees getting gratuity, a government pension, a NIS pension, and they still getting a contract. 4 different pay, gratuity, government pension, NIS pension, and still a contract. And the people and them what can afford it, you're taking all the 150 from them. And some of them in some cases, they getting gratuity, pension, NIS pension, and they still give them security contracts. So we see they don't care. So I always have to ask, what is happening to us here in Grenada? Ask them job in the cabinet for me. So Mr. Taylor, so ask them job in the cabinet for me. I don't know if he's one to. What is going on? When you have persons getting, and they boast about paying it, Igwe. They boast about paying pension, so they get the people and get that. Then they get in government pension monthly. Then NIS have to give them because they contributed to NIS. And they still have a contract now. We don't know what the contract is. All on the backs of the Grenadian public and taxpayers' money what have to pay these people. And yet still, some feel nothing should be said equal. And that's the sad part of that. So the press conference today, the RGPF should have, I am looking from 10 o'clock, I am looking forward to some measures in coping with the crime situation in the country on the doorstep of Carnival. Because it is serious. It is serious what is going on. Igwe in yesterday, what was making the wrongs, Igwe, and you see, there's a set of persons here in this country who believe They are the repository of every knowledge. So they believe they could make fake profiles on social media. They could bully people. They could talk about you based on your sexual orientation. They could talk about you based on your political affiliation. And it's okay so to do. But when some things happen, the same set of people being very pious, holier than now. So we had a situation yesterday, unfortunate. I don't want to get into the details because I'm not the repository of knowledge for that. But we all saw it on social media and everybody has a reason. But it starts with those persons who believe they are all-knowing, who believe they are God Jr., who believe they are Jesus Christ, his twin brothers and sisters. So they know everything. And they believe they could do whatever they want and say whatever they want, even with fake profiles. And at the end of the day, Igwe, they don't realize the damage they're causing. We will take a break here and be back.
Where you go? Where you walk? What you say? When you talk? Where you go? Where you walk? What you say? When you talk?
It's a hungry world out there with everybody's
91.5 Real FM got you covered.
If you're looking to improve or maintain your health, look no further. We have a general practitioner right here on Main Street, Sates in the Kweze. Dr. Guerra, a gynecologist and surgeon who specializes in women's health. She offers lab tests, blood, pap smears, prostate cancer, and stool tests. We now have a portable EKG machine that gives you accurate readings by using just 2 fingers. And that's not all. If you're suffering from any respiratory conditions such as asthma, bronchitis, COPD, or seasonal allergies, we have a nebulizer machine that can safely treat these. Consultation for pregnant women from beginning to end. Surgeries, which includes hysterectomy, tying of tubes, vaginal shrinking, removal of uterine fibroids, vaginal warts, hernias, and C-sections. She also specializes in diagnostic and therapeutic DNC, abnormal bleeding. Eye testing is also available at the clinic by appointment only with Dr. Mabel Veritas Lugo. They are in collaboration with Alice Labs, located in St. George, opposite the Excel Plaza. Walk-ins are accepted. You can also call for an appointment at 423-3352 or our landline at 444-4272. That number's again 423-3352 or 444-4272. Put your health first.
Do you know, when you play the games of the National Lotteries Authority, you are supporting sports, culture, and nation building in Grenada, Carriacou, and Petit-Martinique?
Hi, I am Junior Murray, cricket coach, sports enthusiast, and a former West Indies cricketer. I endorse the games of the NLA 100%. For the past 40 years, the NLA has been funding many sporting activities, including competition for schools and clubs, and for athletes to participate in overseas tournaments such as the Carifta Games and the regional cricket tournaments. Additionally, they made it possible for you, the public, to view local, regional, and international tournaments from the comfort of your homes. For those reasons, I play the game of the NLA. Even if I do not win, I know Grenada always wins.
Yes. When you play all the games, the NLA in turn supports sports, culture, and nation-building activities throughout the Tri-Island state.
It is said, the proof of the pudding is in the eating. Therefore, the authenticity of the beverage can only be acquired in the a taste which is original to Antoine de Beauregard Industries and comes from a combination of spices and local rum, which can hold its own all over the world. Woodman, a strength which speaks for itself, a taste which stands out from the rest, bottled with care, which speaks to perfection. Try Woodman today and be stunned by a flavor as never before. Let your palate savor that which is produced locally. Do not be deterred by substandard products. Our taste speaks volumes and sets us apart from the competition. You will be satisfied with every sip of our product. Say rum, say Woodman, feel satisfaction. Now that's quality.
I remember when this beach was really wide, a place to picnic and play cricket.
And we used to go up to the end to get away from all the people. Now all the beach gone.
Coastal erosion. When the sea starts to come in and take the land away, everyone loses something.
Granny, look how the waves are washing right under that house.
Coastal erosion. It's a hazard. Hazards. Take control. Reduce your loss. What can you do to help stop coastal erosion? For one, don't drive four-wheel vehicles on seaside dunes. They loosen sand and destroy binding vegetation, causing erosion. Find out more about coastal erosion and other hazards at your local disaster office. A message from your National Disaster Office and Sedera.
TV just got smarter. Introducing Hub TV from Flow. Enter the new era of entertainment with a voice-activated remote. No need to remember your favorite channels. Just say it, and see it. That is, if you could pick something. Because now you get live video on demand plus all your streaming services together in one wireless box. It's time to experience entertainment the smart way. Visit in-store or online at discoverflow.co for more info.
From the north, covering south, east, and west. This is Real FM.
You tell me candid, they too wicked, far too crooked. That is the frequent comment I hear. One-sided, underhanded, can't be trusted. This is the opinion, yes again. For their own abuses, they keep making excuses. Housing crack up over. They unleash the lawyer, set up an inquiry, just to get Kid Rowley. But they wouldn't sue the false paper screw. I don't need to close to tell them go. Hurry, pack up your bundle now. Stop fooling the people. The country taking a beating. So my plea are repeating. Go. They're like a natural disaster. 10 times worse than Ebola. Like a dog with fleas and down on their knees. And I'm begging, now we and out in one week. From Versailles to the country, streets turn into rivers, then into seas. Is why I'm singing, oh no.
Peace, my brother. Igwe. So, in my intro, I spoke of during the last election campaign, the National Democratic Congress told the nation that LNP did nothing. So, going forward in the next few programs, Igwe will highlight some of the nothings
that NNP,
LNP did and how it benefited people. So we go start with the St. Andrews Northeast constituency, because we're breaking it down constituency by constituency, ministry by ministry, Igwe, so persons could understand. Major infrastructural development in St. Andrews Northeast. Bridge to Moonlight City, La Poterie. So we know how important is that bridge, because we know how much people does frequent Moonlight City. Because you see, pension payment, 2% of the population. They boasting on that. The illegal salary to teachers, 1% of the population or less. The $2,000 tax-free to ministers. How many people did these things benefit? Few. But the bridge to Moonlight City is likened to a lighthouse. You cannot count how much ships it saved. But you know, once it's not there, it affect shipping. So once that bridge was not good, the movement to Moonlight City. Then we had the Paradise Preschool construction. The finished product. Everybody happy. So it benefiting a lot of people. The Paraclete Bridge upgrade and expansion. The people from Paraclete go tell you. The Paul's basketball court lighting and retrofitting. The Paul's people understand that is why they continue to support the new National Party. The construction of a clubhouse for Paradise FC International. You know, Igwe? Mm-hmm. Baghdad Road construction. Because during the election campaign, you heard a lot of Baghdad and poverty. Mm-hmm. The Ahoma Bay Road. The construction of the Dunfermline Back Road. And Paul's Road. Blair's Main Road, but when you pass up there now, you could see the difference, Igwe. Yeah. And construction. The last time we going up to Kublal, and you could see the difference. A Homa Community Center retrofitted into a temporary health center, the one they take out and give one of the friend place. Because they see something out of rain. Same one in a home. Fencing the old airport area at Paul's with the gazebo, toilet and sitting area. That's where they take what they call them, security contract from him. Paul's playing field with the toilet facilities and conference room. Seamoon Boat Bridge, and they don't make all kind of talk about it. Up to now they don't do it, eh? Paraclete retaining wall constructed. Seamoon Cultural Center, that's the one they making all the halaball out and say the plans was not complete and all kind of shenanigans. And that was just within the St. Andrews Northeast constituency. And if you check those projects, it brought benefits to the people by way of jobs, disposable income, and now they could enjoy the comfort of those facilities. Because I didn't know things they say NNP doing. Human resource in the area, scholarships for students to attend university. Is that a nothing to you? Tuition assistance for students to attend NULO, TAM-CC, SGU, and other universities, because they say, for poor people children, the only way out of poverty, some believe, is through education. And the New National Party was ensuring that the people and them receive assistance in terms of getting themselves educated. Transportation assistance to attend NULO, TAM-CC, and SGU, all part of helping the poor people, children. The same said they're taking advantage on now. Take out the 150 and ITT Center in Upper St. John. Training to acquire CBQ certificate in vocational areas. So the whole thing, or the training institute, or the training thing now, what they're making all this halabalo about, there was also things in place already. And the areas, the vocational interest in areas of sewing and commercial food preparation. Payment of CXC and CAPE exam fees. So even when persons couldn't, the means in afford them equally to pay the fees, they get assistance. Renovation of and facelift in Bele, government school and Tivoli RC school. So both schools was renovated and received a facelift. So make it more comfortable or conducive for learning. But the National Democratic Congress and its cronies, they say it's nothing. So that was, in terms of human resource development, within the St. Andrew Northeast with Kate Peters Lewis. So we could see the nothing's been done in that constituency, youth development. Establishment of a youth garment factory. Well, I don't know, like they want to close it down. They say some people in the area want back the place for community center or kind of thing. So we don't know what's going on there. Training of young men under the Empower Civic Youth Training under Project Fly, fostering level-headed youths. And we must stick up in here, Igwe. Level-headed youths equal to conflict resolution, which we need in this country presently. So the past administration, one of the nothings they did was to foster level-headed youths. And I wish this program should continue. Because now more than ever, the young men in particular, and women, we need to teach them conflict resolution, Igwe. Because if they learn conflict resolution, a lot of the beef, the so-called beef they just have with one another now, could come to a resolution where everyone is happy without nobody losing their life. Igwe. Interpersonal training of and loan financing to establish and expand business education enhancement. Job exposure and opportunities under the new Imani program. We speak of the sewing classes in the constituency. Donating sporting gears to clubs and organizations. So, you see a lot of things, Igwe, which persons ought to know that took place under the stewardship of the new National Party. So when we hear the people of the National Democratic Congress keep saying that nothing was being done, that's why we'll highlight some of the nothings. Water and electricity connection payment for the constituents, and we know the whole situation in water. The amount of people are getting caught off. And listen this, Igwe. And during that time, what the government did, they get back Grand Lake. The one they're looking to sell now. They had the 25% non-fuel charge. It didn't have no VAT, no levy, and yet still a caring organization like the New National Party assisted constituents in electricity connections, payments, and water connection payment. Igwe. Water installation for Upper St. John and Baghdad to have the pipe-borne water in their homes. That is another nothing again done by the NNP. Housing repairs and construction for vulnerable families. Bathroom and toilet construction for vulnerable and disabled. So they adopted another kind of wash program. Payment for medical expenses, yes. Medical expenses equal. So those who saying, okay, he didn't have certain medication and so on during NNP time, yeah, there were times when he was scarce, but listen, payment for medical expenses, scans, tests, surgeries, glasses and medicine. So the new National Party did a lot of nothings. Igwe, a lot of nothings. Youth achievements. Because MP Lewis was the youth minister. Launch of the Empower program for young men at risk to receive direct skill training. And we still come back to the young men at risk, Igwe, with conflict resolution and so on. Rebranding of the Grenada Youth Enterprise into Youth Biz, Youth in Business. Igwe would provide training and up to 25,000 to young entrepreneurs. Igwe, so there are a lot of the nothings that has been done. Launch of the first youth garment production cooperative, Spice Fashion and Design Cooperative Limited. The Fly program, first time level-headed youth, community-based program, 3 months participation and you could get a 1 year CVQ. So, there is some of the nothings. We started the parish and national youth parliament training people, giving them appreciation, because as Roosevelt Carrot say, the youth, the future is now. So what the NNP was doing, they training the people now. You understand, Igwe? Well, but 6 and 7 of the Imani program, the one they beat up on, and the one they soon to launch an attack and to make people go, we go see. National Youth Week celebration, recognizing the achievement of youth in different sectors. And they produce National Youth Directory. There are a lot of nothings NNP did, because you see they didn't do nothing. And as usual, Igwe, we always challenge them to come or call and say these things didn't happen. Igwe. NNP people, let's understand that we need to get registered. Because if they start to put all these people on the seed program and they say when only 6 go on the seed program was for election and vote, Igwe, we now have to get ready, and getting registered is of paramount importance. The whole machinery in terms of getting organized at the constituency level is being done. We know some people are scared to come out to meetings and discussions and things, because these fellas and them, they brutal. Them men and them, they do easy, you know. Once they perceive you not to be one of them, they gonna make it difficult for you. So it is very, very, very important that we get ourselves registered and understand some of the nothings that the NNP did. And they are well documented. It is factual, because my function here is to bring the facts to you, Igwe. So we know, we understand, and we will endeavor over the next couple of programs to go through other constituencies. We started in St. Andrews, so the next one will be St. Andrews South East, in terms of the nothings done and the achievement of Sister Emma in the ministry, because we need to highlight, we need to see what it is, we need to bring the information to the people. And yet still, Igwe, there are things which the NNP hadn't trained to look forward to retrofitting Old Paradise Preschool into a library and resource center, construction of the Grenada Christian Academy, the Baghdad Resource Center, the lighting of the La Poterie and Carrier playing fields, major juice factory in La Poterie, infrastructure strengthening of the main Tivoli Medical Center in order for it to reopen. So these are some of the nothings NNP had for St. Andrews Northeast. We'll post them on the program sometimes so persons could go back and have appreciation for it, Igwe. So let's take a break here, Igwe, and come back.
Yep.
Where you walk, what you say, when you talk, where you go, where you walk, what you say, when you talk.
91.5 Real FM got you covered.
M&M Hardware Limited, Hope St. Andrew and Dusty Highway, St. George. Shop conveniently for all your building materials, including plumbing, electrical, lumber, cement, steel, and much more. We manufacture roofing sheets available in 11 colors, aluminum windows, doors, insect screens, and hurricane shutters. Installation services are available for all our manufactured products. Our opening hours are Monday to Friday, 8 a.m. to 4 p.m., Saturdays, 8 a.m. to 3 p.m. M&M Hardware Limited. Come on in and experience our affordable prices, or call us 444-6757 or 440-6757 Dusty Highway. Email us at info@mahonhardware.com or mnmdusty@mahonhardware.com. M&M Hardware, foundation to roof. Let's build together. The Grenville Cooperative Credit Union, the credit union of Grenville, takes you where you want to be. Feel secure with the Credit Union of Grenville, taking care of all your financial needs, including savings, loans, mortgages, and sound financial advice. Serving you with branches on Jubilee Street in Grenville, Lucas Street in St. George's, and coming soon, our Grandand sub-office. Call us on 442-8602 or visit one of our offices. With Grenville Cooperative Credit Union, your financial security is guaranteed.
Prepare for hurricane. Prepare for hurricane. Make sure you have your radio and your batteries too. Waterproof flashlight candles will do. Tin stuff, garbage bag, first aid kit. Come on people, make sure you have it. Clean water in a container and a hurricane plan. Hear me no man.
Hurricane damage is beyond your control. Surviving the aftermath is up to you. Have a hurricane plan. It can save your life and your family too.
Prepare for hurricane. Your hair, prepare for hurricane.
Oasis Pet and Garden, located in Westerhall, St. David's, has supplies for all your pets, fish, cats, dogs, and bird supplies, including bird food, cages, shampoos, soaps, and much more. Also available are agricultural products such as rat poisons, fertilizers, garden sprinklers, insecticides, and vegetable seeds. Wholesale prices available on selected items. Open Monday to Friday from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Saturdays from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. Thinking about your pet or garden? Give us a call. Contact 403-7379 or 437-3532. Email oasisgrenada1@gmail.com. Oasis Pet and Garden, a home for farmers.
From the north, covering south, east, and west. This is Real FM.
Tell me candid, they too wicked, far too crooked. That is the frequent comment I hear. one-sided, underhanded, can't be trusted. This is the opinion, yes, yeah. For their own abuses, they keep making excuses. Housing crack up over. They unleash the lawyer, set up an inquiry just to get Kid Rowley. But they wouldn't sue the false paper screw. I don't need to talk close to tell them go. Hurry, pack up your bundle now. Stop fooling the people. The country taking and beating. So may plea are repeating. Go. They're like a natural disaster. Now. 10 times worse than Ebola. Like a dog with fleas and tongue on their knees. And I'm begging food. Now we inherited one week. From Versailles to the country. Trees turn into rivers, then into seas. Is why I'm singing. Now this is my humble petition.
Igwe, yeah. Before you go on again, you know anything about what's going on with the airport? Persons getting stranded with the flights and thing. You know about that? You don't know? You have no info on that, no?
No, I was watching social media and I saw some people apparently they had to go to the United States and they had some issue with moving.
And a couple days well?
Yeah.
Like this is like the 4th day or the 5th day or something like that?
What we need to do is to put up the mark on our
Yeah, we
van
need
again.
to find out what's going on with that.
Or somebody what might have an appreciation or idea for it could call in.
Yeah. The lines are open now, 4420175. I've seen a lot of clips with this airport thing, I don't know. To find out about that.
Okay, well somebody might call and give us
411.
a Zeppo.
Call it a Zeppo?
Yeah, as a old Zeppo. Igwe.
Mm-hmm.
No, we had the some meeting at the CARICOM heads level. The 45th heads.
Mm-hmm.
Our government meeting. Let's take the call.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Morning.
Call.
Hey.
Gates. Good morning. Andre.
Mm-hmm.
In relation to that issue, I think Gates you just raised, the airport.
Mm-hmm.
It's nothing to do with the airport per se. So it's totally not a Grenadian issue. To put it that way.
Okay.
It is. If you wonder, my son, who was here recently, Gates, you know that.
Mm-hmm.
He put it this way, and he says, the United States put sanctions on their own self. When they put all the sanctions on Russia, with the war in Ukraine, what took place was Sleepy Joe forgot that a lot of the parts for planes being used in the United States were coming from Russia. So a lot of the parts for the main airline that services Grenada from the United States, i.e. JetBlue, a lot of their parts come from Russia. So they will have a bit of a bother every now and again with a part, and they'll have to do so and do what they can to organize. And on my own, I believe that they're also having a bit of a bother with pilots. I don't know why. That's just my personal thing. I believe that they're having a bit of a bother with pilots. And therefore, they're having that problem because last week, Friday, last week, Friday, I took somebody to the airport and that person had to be put up for the night in a hotel in St. George's because the flight came in and it could have gone back out, but then again, it would have ran into a lot of fees because the terminal building, I think it is Terminal 5, which JetBlue uses, that terminal closes at a particular time. because I know someone who went up last Monday, and was it last Monday or last Wednesday? And that person, when they got in, they had to they changed the terminal because the terminal, JetBlue terminal, which you're supposed to be using, was closed for the night. And they had to use Terminal 4, I think it was, which is not JetBlue terminal. And if JetBlue has to use a terminal at that time, is not free. They have to pay the people who are renting the terminal. So it's a lot of things to do with monies and parts and so. So it's nothing to do with the operations in Grenada per se.
Okay.
It's nothing to do with the operations in Grenada. It's how do they say it? A call above the pay grade.
Yeah.
Yeah, something like that. Above the pay grade. So that basically, I don't know if there's somebody else who knows a bit more who is kind of willing to call. But that is my understanding because it's something that I've been following. It's been happening now for over a month in terms of late arrivals. We realize that JetBlue gets in here now like 4 o'clock and in the afternoon. And what is also interesting is that JetBlue did put on a new flight for Carnival for the summer. I'm not sure what. So JetBlue is supposed to have 2 flights coming into Grenada per day. I'm not sure when that is supposed to start. So I that is as much as I have in relation to that. So I don't know if that was helpful to you guys.
Yeah, that solved the problem, I think.
All right. Carl Caton, how you doing, sir?
I'm cool. What's up?
I watch it.
You watch it?
I see boy, no, let me not say it. Let me just be, I'm going to be a very good guy.
What you see?
What you see? What you see?
I see Selma in the back of the class.
Okay. Well, your eye good.
You didn't see that?
Your eye good.
I ask you a question. Did you see
No, I don't see that yet.
Look at the picture.
Okay.
And yeah, when you look at the picture, you go see Selma standing behind and clasping her hand. She nearly closed her eyes. I thought it was time for lunch.
In a pious way?
I don't know. You know the big words today. You remember you don't know the big words?
No, man, me.
You didn't hear you start to roll them out there, though.
I just small old guy.
What happened to your partner this morning? He ain't coming?
I don't know. Maybe circumstances beyond the control, as they just say.
What?
You come
Maybe circumstances beyond the control of him.
Because I heard him say on the radio yesterday that he told Carl Caton he'll be here with him today.
Well, he might be here. He might be here.
And I know he's a man of his word.
Yeah, he's a man of his word.
You come, man. You don't 9 o'clock yet.
The politics, Carl, is okay, but I am not happy. Well, it's not okay. But the politics, I could the rest of the stuff, but I'm not happy with the violence.
Why?
As I'm here, I just thought I'll just take a minute to just do something. Say, hey, the violence not sweet. It's just not sweet. You know, I believe the police, based on listening to them, they seem to have been fairly happy with Grenville. What happened? Well, how things rolled out in Grenville, I think, was it Sunday?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the police seem to be pretty happy. I hope that continues to stay true, but I'm not happy with the violence. I think we can do, and we will do. I believe we will do. We will do better. We don't need the Minister of National Security, if he doesn't believe that he has a responsibility to address the nation, because he also holds the portfolio of Prime Minister in a time of need, in a time when you need to hear a voice. If he doesn't believe that, then we don't need him. You know, so he could continue doing as he's doing. Country running on autopilot.
Yeah. Leadership by avoidance.
That is the one. That is the statement that you...
Country running like Fall Farm.
Fall Farm. I ain't understanding that one, because you must feed fall, eh? You must feed the ball. So I don't understand, but if you say that, I guess you have the reason for saying it. But I don't understand that one totally. But it's just that, we just need to do different, and it's another weekend, and I speak to Igwe, who's a young man who makes his hang out here and there sometimes. And I speak to him and I say to him, hey, bro, just know what you do, how you do when you go out, Avoid the violence. I don't have to tell you to walk it gun because you don't have gun. So I don't have to tell you to walk it that. You don't have that.
What?
Oh, by the way, what's that, Carl?
No, go on.
No, you said something. I didn't hear.
No, you say you know you don't have gun. I say what?
Yeah, no, you don't have. You know you have?
I didn't say that. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Just to let
I
folks
wouldn't
know
say
that
that.
there is the possibility, about 85%, that we'll be live with football action tomorrow is it from 4 tomorrow, Gates? I think it's 4 tomorrow.
Yeah, 4
and
tomorrow.
On Sunday, it should be at, Progress Park inside of St. Andrew.
So you're going to be live on Sunday also?
Yeah, because the game at Progress Park starts at 4 o'clock. Your program ends at 4 o'clock.
Okay.
So it'll be proper. That should not be a disturbance there at all. But so there's
A lot of
football.
people look forward to the football on the station tomorrow. A few persons tell me they're listening.
Yeah, I was going to comments on it too.
Yeah, we do hope to cultivate that kind of a culture once again. But let me not put sports to take over your program, Carl. Continue doing what
It's
you
the
guys do.
extension.
It's the extension.
Say again?
It's the extension.
That's why I don't want to.
Anything goes on the extension.
No, anything goes with another program.
Another program.
Anything
You can't
goes
mix anything.
on the extension.
Don't try to tap anything.
Anything
goes,
goes on the extension.
Anything goes is another program.
I know about anything
By
goes.
the way, Carl,
Hey.
to you and friends of yours, anything goes as a program returns on Thursday. On Thursday, Anything Goes returns, and it's going to be in Moya at 3 Ps.
Okay.
That's what it's called, 3 Ps?
By Pierre.
Yeah, that's where it's going to be on Thursday, God's willing. Anything
Time.
Goes. Say again?
Time.
Anything Goes starts at 7 o'clock.
Okay.
Starts at 7 o'clock.
Okay.
It's a 2-hour program. We end in at 9. It is the first time Anything Goes will be streamed live via YouTube. So as we say, anything goes except obscene language.
Yeah.
Anything goes except obscene language.
That's going to be on Thursday.
I just got back a message about the plane situation from someone. They said that Canada is making a call out for pilots.
There you go. So you see that there's a problem with pilots.
Yeah, there's a problem with pilots. Yeah.
There seems to be a problem with pilots, a definite problem with pilots.
All right.
Yeah. Thanks for the time, guys. One love. Take care of yourself. God bless.
All right, bye. Igwe?
Yeah, there was some clarity on the situation because a few persons have...
Yeah, because I keep getting messages, plane people stranded. I'm like, what going on? I don't hear nothing about that. But we understand what going on is. JetBlue are the problem.
Yeah, let's take a break and come back.
Yeah, let me take a break.
Where you walk, what you say, when you talk, where you go, where you
a shed. Wolves in sheep clothing, birds of prey waiting to swoop down on you, and there's no telling what they'll do. You gotta be careful. You gotta be careful. Where you go when you're walking, what you say when you're talking, you gotta be careful. You gotta be careful, careful.
From the north, covering south, east, and west. This is Real FM.
Somebody say, bring money up, bring jumping up, bring money up. Oh, na, na, na.
Well, what do you know? The NLA is giving you an additional chance at winning in its Crazy Cash Second Chance Parish Giveaway. Yes! Starting June 10th, enter your non-winning Daily Cash 4, Daily Pick 3, or Playway tickets valued at $12 or more in a single purchase for a chance to win over $25,000 in cash. Be sure to write your name, address, and contact info on your entries before dropping them in the NLA branded box at your favorite authorized agent. Draws will be conducted every Friday starting June 23rd to July 21st, 2023 for every parish and aired on GBN TV at 8 p.m. That's a total of 105 draws of $250 each. Promotion ends July 14th, 2023. Must be 18 or older to participate. All prizes must be collected by July 31st, 2023. Other terms and conditions apply. See stores for details. NLA, making your dreams come true.
TV just got smarter. Introducing Hub TV from Flow. Enter the new era of entertainment with a voice-activated remote. No need to remember your favorite channels. Just say it, and see it. That is, if you could pick something. Because now you get live video on demand plus all your streaming services together in one wireless box. It's time to experience entertainment the smart way. Visit in-store or online at discoverflow.co for more info.
Ozone really gets it clean. Get with the Ozone family line of products. Ozone liquid laundry detergent, perfect for your semi or fully automatic washing machines, yet suitable for your hand wash, soft on your hands. Ozone disinfectant cleaner. It's the most powerful disinfectant and cleaner with a long-lasting fresh scent. Tackles every job around the house or office. Ozone detergent powder and ultra soft fabric softener gets your clothes clean with a natural freshness. Keeps your colors bright. Choose from the wonderful scents: soft flower, ocean breeze, and the new aloe vera. Keep your kitchen sparkling clean with the Ozone dishwashing liquid, Ozone sponges, and cleaning cloth. Ozone toilet bowl cleaner removes lime scale and kills germs while giving your toilet a refreshing scent. Ozone really gets it clean. Marketed and distributed by Calico, Frequente St. George's, and are available at shops and supermarkets nationwide.
The Grenada Postal Corporation wishes to inform its customers that our Bruce Street sub-office will be temporarily closed from July 5th until further notice. This is to facilitate the necessary actions being taken to ensure the health and safety of our staff and our valued customers. We invite you to utilize the registry and Bunce Point offices to conduct any postal business. We thank you for your understanding and cooperation. From the management of Grenada Postal Corporation.
91.5 Real FM got you covered.
Tell me candid, they too wicked, far too crooked. That is the frequent comment I hear. Too one-sided, underhanded, can't be trusted. This is the opinion, yes, yeah. abuses. They keep making excuses. Housing crack up over. They unleash their lawyer. Set up an inquiry just to get Kid Rowley. But they wouldn't sue the false paper screw. I don't need come close to tell them go. Hurry, pack up your bundle now. Stop fooling the people. The country taking a beating. So me plea are repeating. Go. They're like a natural disaster. Now. 10 times worse than Ebola. Like a dog with fleas and down on their knees. And I'm begging go now. We and our dead one we. From the side to the country. Streets turn into rivers, then into seas. Is why I'm singing go now. This is my humble petition. And if it ain't for election, go now, please. Accidental, detrimental, could be lethal. Are you willing to take that chance? Much too seedy, they too greedy, eyes too beady. And for the romance, we expect corruption, but now it's all check or interruption.
Welcome back again, folks. Igwe?
Yes. Igwe.
We have Mr. Pierre.
Yeah, Mr. Pierre. Welcome to the program. Well, we started out this morning by speaking a little bit on the seed program, the 150 as we commonly call it. Did you, over the course of the week, had any opportunity to hear Miss George speak on the seed program?
Yeah.
Well, what's your take?
Yeah, thank you for being on the program this morning. And yes, I listened to Miss George. I took particular interest in this program since the attack was definitely on people from lower income group. So what she been saying was not a surprise to me.
Mr. Pierre, we have a call. Let me take it and then we'll get into the thing. Let's take the call again.
Hey, good morning.
Good morning. How are you doing?
Good morning. I'm okay. Brother, welcome. Good morning, brother Pierre. Good morning, Iggy. Good morning. Welcome. It seems to be to the Grenadian people that a lot of people are living in fear, right? Because when you look at our country presently, of what is going on, the injustice that's going on in our country, and you hear we are in the carnival season, and you hardly hear any Carltonian about singing about what is going on in the country. You have the government do all sorts of things, and you have Carltonian we still continue to sing about the opposition party, singing about the opposition. So it seems to me like okay, like they look some of the Carltonian they okay, are what they concerned about to win something, so that if and you know the trend of some that government want to sing about them, forget that you know carry too far. So then like they say to you when you sing about the NMP, you can make it final, semi-final and the final, right? And then you could win the big money. But then if you sing about them, forget that you might not even make the semi-final. So you see like Carlton and some Carlton and the fair, they had to sing what they want them to sing, what the government want them to sing. And when you look at the situation in the country with the seed money, I see the 150 that came out, the promises that was made to the Ghanaian people, vote for me, I will make it permanent. And all sorts of things are going to be the hardship, cost of living, skyrocket. And you hardly find Carlson want to sing about that. They want to sing about NMP. I kind of put the Carlson there. Yes, if you don't understand, like your song that you sing, it should be a song that could uplift people. Sing about the issues of what's going on in the country. Because when you sing a song, and when Carnival over, the song could still continue to play. That song that you sing could be a song that could uplift people, and you could be a role model for the people in the Greater Caribbean Peter Martinique. But when you forgetting that what is going on in the country and want to sing about our government, the opposition that is out of office, and so many things going on in the country that not right. Pressure upon the poor class of people, right? Where you're robbing from the poor people to get the rich, and you refuse to sing. So all I'm concerned about is winning a prize. But some of them always say, but your price might be, what the win to get, calypso competition might be about 50 or 60, $70,000. But then that song, you will see an uplifting song, a song that people could gravitate with, and a song that could encourage people to change their attitude, especially the young people in the country. You could make much more than win a calypso competition. And your song, you could go anywhere in the world and sing the song, and people could say that song is well written. But when you sing a song, different carnival, just to achieve something. Before the carnival over, that song, either you want to that calypso write a song, right? If you wrote a song, so I call upon the calypso, call your people. Yes, you have to speak about the issue. You have to speak about what is going on in the country, right? Because first time you will ever hear a government in power and calypso afraid to sing about the government, because you know why? They tell us that if they sing about the present government, they won't reach far in calypso. But then you could reach farther than winning calypso crown, winning calypso crown. And Brother Charlotte, Brother Andre, I hear you speaking about pilot. If Canada one pilot and America one pilot, we have enough pilots in Canada. We have the chief pilot. We have the other pilot. They could get some pilot from Greater.
All right, thanks.
All right, so I have this.
Before you go on, guys, let me just send out a quick birthday greetings. It's coming from Wendy, and she wants to wish her son, Javon Henry, a happy birthday. You go your month popping.
Yeah, blessed birthday, Javon.
Mm-hmm.
The caller speaks. Caller, those persons who we are accustomed listening calypsos, 98% of those persons was on the campaign trail for the National Democratic Congress. So don't expect nothing other than that. So those the thing. Grenada is in a unique position, Mr. Pierre. You know, Calypsonians always style themselves as the opposition. If you go back from way back when, they always say we the opposition, but Grenada is in a unique situation. In here, the Calypsonians are not the opposition. Because there's a lot of things what happening, even if you don't have to say nice things, but just see what's happening.
The Calypso and them, they on one side.
Yeah, man. A lot of them the campaigning, so I expect from them.
They one-sided.
Yeah, and the writer of all the author of those calypso and them is a campaigner for the Congress. You don't write nothing different.
But if you notice, the music dead.
But for the next 5 years, that the same set of songs you will hear from these guys and them.
No vibes right now.
Some of them what our song, one song part 105 to and thing.
Yeah.
Yes, Mr. Piazzi was saying in terms of the Miss George pronouncement.
Mm-hmm. Yes, it wasn't surprising to me because I take particular interest in what is going on in Grenada when it targets the people in the lower income group. I have said on a number of occasions, government don't have to provide any special condition for success stories, companies, business, and intelligentsia. Once you have a country where you have freedom of the press, the justice system is relatively free, and then the media is free, then you don't have to bother with businessmen, intellectuals. So if a guy come out in university and he have a master's degree and he cannot get a job, I say hell was in. He badgering. If you come up from a university, you're supposed to make jobs. So my concern is always government policy towards the people in the lower income group, the lower economic strata. That has been my concern. So the seed program, I've always hailed it. Grenada had one of the best social safety net program, or maybe I should put it that way, they spend more money on the social safety net program than anybody else. So that has been my concern. But I think sometimes we're making a mistake, just as the brother with the Calypso. Let the Calypsonians sing what they want. Don't expect people who propagate and support the policies of the NDC to object in Calypso. Don't expect that. If LNP want to sing Calypso, go and sing.
That's the thing, NNP don't know
The
Calypso.
individuals who are singing the Calypso, they are more inclined to the National Democratic Congress, and nothing is wrong with that. I am not somebody who advocates censorship of any kind. I like the democratic system. I like to come on the radio and I express my views and opinion. So if people do the same, don't bother about that. What people have to do is to express their views and opinion. And don't let one side dominate. It has been done over the years. And perhaps we should concentrate a lot on the policy rather than individuals. You're going to always find we are human beings. We're going to make mistakes. We're going to stretch the truth. Sometimes we excite the truth or we sex up the truth. But you look at the policies of the government, some of the unwritten policies, and how it plays out in the expressions of the main players of the government. So when you hear Calypsonians sing, perhaps you look at the words, the passion, and what he sings about. But don't waste time bothering with the Calypsonians. I quote them sometime. The Calypsonian advise them women to open their business. When thing bad, open their business. One Calypsonian advised the men to licks it, drink rum. Go in the rum shop, drink rum. When you have a problem, drink rum. So when we have our children leaving school and they're not competitive on the job market, and the popular Calypsonian tell them open their business, why you expect them to close their business? That is what I look at. And I say have to able to counter these things based upon what you articulate. You have Calypsonians, some of my favorite Calypsonians are strong hitting social commentaries and commentators over the years. You know, I always quote Mighty Sparrow. Children go to school and learn well. Otherwise, later on, you go catch real hell. And other Calypsonians who your parents, the people in the community, could use the songs to motivate the children. But there are some Calypso I will not play near my children. And some Calypso I like after 12 in the night. When you're in dance, when you want to see the tattoo below the navel, the Calypsonian encourage, you give instruction. So I think we have to...
we got to take the break for the news.
And be careful with it.
Triple N. Informative, entertaining, and first. Every hour on the hour.
Welcome to the latest news update as produced by Triple N. When we return, we'll have the details.
M&M Hardware Limited, Hope St. Andrew and Dusty Highway, St. George. Shop conveniently for all your building materials, including plumbing, electrical, lumber, cement, steel, and much more. We manufacture roofing sheets available in 11 colors, aluminum windows, doors, insect screens, and hurricane shutters. Installation services are available for all our manufactured products. Our opening hours are Monday to Friday, 8 a.m. to 4 p.m., Saturdays, 8 a.m. to 3 p.m. M&M Hardware Limited. Come on in and experience our affordable prices, or call us 444-6757 or 440-6757 Dusty Highway. Email us at info@mahonhardware.com or mnmdusty@mahonhardware.com. M&M Hardware, foundation to roof. Let's build together.
Hello and welcome back with the details. I am Maxine Antwine. as part of the government's efforts to increase access to post-secondary and tertiary level institutions, namely the Tia Marisho Community College and the New Life organization NULO. Eligible applicants to these institutions will not have to pay tuition fees for the upcoming Michaelmas term. The Ministry of Education is currently developing the framework for the full implementation of the free tuition program policy, which is expected to receive complete cabinet approval in the coming weeks. In the region in Barbados, government is moving to further enhance its public education campaign on mental health. This disclosure from Minister of State in the Ministry of Health and Wellness, Dr. Sonia Brown. Brown believes there is room for improving access to mental health services across the country.
We have plans in place in terms of educating the public. Once the public knows that mental health disease is like any other disease, hypertension, nobody really stigmatizes you. Diabetes, we're used to it now. We have to get mental health within the same categories. So there are plans afoot to, and I think some has started to educate the public in terms of what to look for, to educate teachers in terms of their students what to look for, when to report problems, principles, and so on. Ordinary people in the community, if they have a neighbor, how they can identify issues. So those are things that are in process as I speak. So the government does have a mandate to address those issues through the Ministry of Health and Wellness. Accessibility can always be improved. I don't know that I am completely satisfied with it, but it's a work in progress. Right now, publicly, mental health is being addressed within the psychiatric hospital, but there are also polyclinics. Polyclinics for years, even when I was there, have their outpatient clinics for mental health. Before COVID, the community nurses used to visit people actually within the community for treatment and assessment. That was halted to some extent in COVID, but I think they're putting measures in place to start that back. So, but there's always room for improvement.
On the international scene, the U.S. Food and Drug Administration has given full approval that can slow down the progression of Alzheimer's disease. The incurable neurological disease affects millions of people worldwide. Doctors are hopeful the drug will improve the quality of life for the patients. Al Jazeera's Patty Culhane reports from Washington, D.C.
Joan Murtaugh was facing a horrific future. Diagnosed with Alzheimer's disease, she knew she would forget everything and every person in her life eventually, and it would likely lead to her death. But then, first, she got into a clinical trial that offered hope.
Sometimes there's a word or something that I'm trying to recall, and I can't think of it, but now, if I just give it a minute, it pops into my head. It's so good. I mean, it just feels so good. I don't think I was probably able to do that earlier.
The drug, Leqembi, has been approved for people with early onset Alzheimer's. It's an injection of a lab-made protein that targets the buildup of the protein amyloid, which could be a cause of the disease. But the FDA says the drug will come with a warning. It can lead to bleeding in the brain that can be fatal, and medical experts are quick to point out this is not a cure.
In an 18-month period of the trial, we see the group who received medication compared to the group who received placebo, the rate of decline was 27% less. It is small, but it's still promising when we don't have any other treatments available.
Another concern, the cost, estimated to cost more than $26,000 a year. But for the more than 50 million people estimated to suffer from dementia worldwide, a ray of hope for one of the darkest of diseases.
Thank you, Patty. And in sport, Manchester United are hopeful of concluding a deal for Inter Milan goalkeeper Andre Onana. United boss Erik ten Hag is keen to resolve concerns over the goalkeeping situation at Old Trafford amid uncertainty over David De Gea's future. This ends the latest news update as produced by Triple N. I am your presenter, Maxine Entwine, thanking you for joining us.
Triple N. Informative, entertaining, and first. Every hour on the hour. 91.5 Real FM got you covered.
The mature ladies are about to entertain you with class, elegance, and sophistication. It's Miss Mature and Marvelous on Sunday, July 16th, Shantimel Playing Field. Presented by the Shantimel Organization for Development as part of Shantifest 2023. Come see Miss Moncraven and Mount Rodney, Miss Charlie, Miss Shantimel, Miss Duquesne, Miss Coast Guard, and Miss River Sally. A must-attend event. Miss Mature and Marvelous on Sunday, July 16th, Shantimel Playing Field. Starting time 6 p.m. Price of admission only $20. Children 11 and under, you pay $10. Tickets available at Calico in Soteres and Guelph, Master Shop in Shantimel, any Shantimel Organization for Development member, or any contestant. It's Miss Mature and Marvelous, Sunday, July 16th. Don't miss it.
Grendek Community Partnership Initiative.
The classrooms that were refurbished as a result of this project really were not conducive to installing ICT into the classroom. Many of the windows were not functional. The security to the actual rooms themselves were insufficient. At the Maribor campus, the roof was also termite infested. The college is extremely appreciative.
M&M Hardware Limited, Hope St. Andrew and Dusty Highway, St. George. Shop conveniently for all your building materials, including plumbing, electrical, lumber, cement, steel, and much more. We manufacture roofing sheets available in 11 colors, aluminum windows, doors, insect screens, and hurricane shutters. Installation services are available for all our manufactured products. Our opening hours are Monday to Friday, 8 a.m. to 4 p.m., Saturdays, 8 a.m. to 3 p.m. M&M Hardware Limited. Come on in and experience our affordable prices, or call us 444-6757 or 440-6757 Dusty Highway. Email us at info@mahonhardware.com or mnmdusty@mahonhardware.com. M&M Hardware, foundation to roof. Let's build together.
Hungry, anyone? You heard about it, and it's finally here. Velma's Restaurant and Bar, located High Street, Soteres in St. Patrick. They're open from 6 a.m. until midnight. Breakfast is available from 6 a.m. to 10:30 a.m. On the menu is roast bake, sawfish, and many, many mouth-watering items. Lunch is a close second, with items that can be grilled to your satisfaction. We have steamed fish and other seafoods too. For the health-conscious ones, we provide vegan and vegetarian dishes. Looking for something that will hit the spot? From 5 p.m. until close, come and enjoy our burgers and fries. At Velma's, we cater and host parties. We have an on-site bakery where you can place your orders for fruitcakes and other pastries. We also have local juices. Listen to RealFM for your daily menu to place your order in advance. Call us at 419-5622. That number again, 419-5622. Velma's Restaurant and Bar. Come eat lunch with us.
It is said, the proof of the pudding is in the eating. Therefore, the authenticity of the beverage can only be acquired in the taste. A taste which is original to Antoine de Beauregard Industries and comes from a combination of spices and local rum, which can hold its own all over the world. Woodman, a strength which speaks for itself. A taste which stands out from the rest, bottled with care, which speaks to perfection. Try Woodman today and be stunned by a flavor as never before. Let your palate savor that which is produced locally. Do not be deterred by substandard products. Our taste speaks volumes and sets us apart from the competition. You will be satisfied with every sip of our product. Say rum, say Woodman, feel satisfaction. Now that's quality.
How we live? Hybrid life. Living in the hybrid life. What you feeling? Hybrid life. We're living in the hybrid life. Ain't no more time we no a watch phone bill. That's with the contract is a sure thing. How with the new floor plan name? Hybrid. If you don't know about it, then they better slide in. How we live? Hybrid life. Living on the hybrid life. What you feel it? Hybrid life. We're living on the hybrid life. Jump in on it. Hybrid life. Living on the hybrid life. What you feel it? Hybrid life. We're living on the hybrid life.
With Flow's new hybrid plan, postpaid and prepaid come together as one, with no overages, no contract, no deposit, and no catch.
Hybrid.
Bundle up now and get 15 gigabytes of data and 2,000 anywhere minutes for only $50 per month, plus a discounted smartphone.
You see the new phone plan that Flow made? You could turn postpaid to prepaid.
Oasis Pet and Garden, located in Westerhall, St. David's, has supplies for all your pets, fish, cats, dogs, and bird supplies, including bird food, cages, shampoos, soaps, and much more. Also available are agricultural products such as rat poisons, fertilizers, garden sprinklers, insecticides, and vegetable seeds. Wholesale prices available on selected items. Open Monday to Friday from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Saturdays from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. Thinking about your pet or garden? Give us a call. Contact 403-7379 or 437-3532. Email oasisgrenada1@gmail.com. Oasis Pet and Garden, a home for farmers. From the north, covering south, east, and west. This is Real FM.
Tell me candid, they too wicked, far too crooked. That is the frequent comment I hear. Too one-sided, underhanded, can't be trusted. This is the opinion, yes again. For their own abuses, they keep making excuses. Housing crack up over, they unleash their lawyer. Set up an inquiry just to get Kid Rowley. But they wouldn't sue the false paper screw. I don't need to come close to tell them go. Hurry, pack up your bundle now. Stop fooling the people. The country taking and beating. So maybe I repeating. Go. They're like a natural disaster. Now. 10 times worse than Ebola. Like a dog with fleas and tongue on their knees. And I'm begging.
Yes, Mr. Pierre, before we go into the break, we were speaking as it relates to the seed program and the recent developments by way of information. So the question is, now that Miss George has spoken, what will be we are with the response of Minister Telesford and the Prime Minister, because they spoke a lot of things about the seed program, which in the discussion with Ms. George was debunked. And she was bold enough to offer evidence by way of the manual, and by way of the foundation of the seed program, which started back since, I think she did it 2011, so it's not a yesterday program. And one of the important things is, Mr. Pierre, the Prime Minister, Mr. Telesford, alluded to the fact that a lot of persons has been added to the list just before election. And Ms. George debunked that theory and said only 6 persons, 6 households was added to the list. Now it begs the question, Mr. Pierre, because during the campaign, the Prime Minister said the World Bank spoke about poor and 650. And he made a bold pronouncement to say that if the past administration was interested in helping the people, they would have put more money. But he took out. So with all that said, Mr. Pierre, what is the real take?
I honestly don't think what Ms. George says affect the National Democratic Congress. And I beg to advance the view that is the difference I believe in the country. The National Democratic Congress, once they win election, I expect them to go after the seed program. I expect them to go after the money. I expect them to fire the elderly. I expect them not to create jobs. Now, people believe these 9 group of vultures. I see them as vultures of the worst kind. You see, when you have intellectuals who come from your own DNA, but believe because they have a briefcase, a certificate that they're in a better position than you, they are just vultures. We expect them to do better. They can't. It would take a lot. You see, over the years, if you follow the National Democratic Congress, they have always tried to get rid of the moderates in the party. Either they fire them or they marginalize them. And every time they come in power, every time they go after the people in the lower income group. The NDC is convinced that the people who vote for them now, they go vote for them again. The NDC believe that they gone to the government supermarket and they go eat a food there. They chastise the previous government mercilessly for the Imani program. They chastise them for the seed program. Now, the NDC is not interested in these people. And this is what I believe Grenadians still believe the lies that they told. These things were just said for disinformation. Every time they look at the manner in which you destroy the Prime Minister drama when he was talking about the seed program. I look at the face particular of the Minister of Agriculture, and I could see sometime on his face he was a little perplexed. None of them pull out a calculator to verify the Prime Minister drama story. Some people still believe the NDC care. The NDC don't care. Look at some of the expressions, the statements that come from top NDC individuals. I listened to an individual in a program for about an hour. About 12 times he was speaking about nasty people. That is Grenadians he's speaking about. You know? And I'm not going to speak about what's going on the ground. When you find these people in the policy makers and you listen to the utterance, the words, they don't care. They claim, let these people go on pound stone. They say, we the good people. These are the utterances that come from top NDC individuals. You know. They don't care. You think they care about the seed program? They don't care. If the people die, they die. I see them as vultures. These 9 individuals, I see them as vultures. You know, when I was younger, we used to call them gigi. So you see the mother hen fighting to protect the chicken. And they will put up a fight. Sometimes they defeat the gigi before they're able to snap the chickens away. 1 clock, and the chickens knew the gigi was coming. They are vultures. And every time they come in power, they go after the programs they go after. And you don't have to believe me on that. You could just go and find out. They go after the Imani program. They know after staying 2 terms in the wilderness that they had to set a law, a trap, to get these people to give them support. And there are some Grenadians that always Let me give you an example. An individual buy a car in the community. So that car he purchased, he started believing in a new social class. He can't buy gas. Sometimes they get a job in St. George's. 20 years they don't go back in the community. Because they believe that having this job, even if the job don't pay much, puts them in a different social class. And this is the National Democratic Congress. Go back and look at the history and look at all the people that they squeeze out of the party, they fired at the party, or they dilute the significance of the party. They diluted these people's significance. They hold a minor role. These are some of the moderates that would say, no, you cannot do that. So I'm not surprised. I don't think this thing affect NDC at all, the NDC hierarchy. Maybe some of the moderate NDCs might, give a second thought. Mr. Tillman Thomas said it is rebalancing.
It's rebalancing.
Jude said it is realignment. And
once he sanitizing.
So these are the language. And you have individuals in Grenada. I always warn people about those individuals who you call moral turkeys, walking the road as if they are the custodians of morality. They silence. And the journalists, and we have to have some new set of personalities. I always encourage public officers, retired public officers, to start to speak. Because it would send most of these journalists into some kind of cocoon. Because somebody or other, they believe them is done. But once you have retired public officers, start to use the social media and get involved in journalism because of the experience in the public service. They have a better understanding of what situation is. And they realize they're poor. Some people only realize they're poor when they lose their job. When they retire, they will put a better picture in it. But I don't expect that to affect the government. The government right now is taking pictures. They're fixing one another tie. Yeah. They're enjoying themselves. They're very photogenic.
They're fixing clothes.
They're taking pictures.
And wearing some colorful socks.
It's a group of glad boys.
Rainbow socks.
Rainbow socks. And a group of glad boys having fun. They don't care. Look at the extravagance that they exercise in traveling. Look at the cost of the galas. These individuals is extremely hostile towards people in the lower income group. And I think that is where we have to really explain to some people. Because some people believe them is done. You're not done. If you're working for $3,000 a month and you're not paying tax, you're poor. You may not be destitute poor, but you're poor. Mm-hmm. You owe, your income in the house is $3,000. If you have 2 children in the house, then what would you sit down and take a pen and a paper and add up your electricity, telephone, water bill, and your cell phone bill. That might come to $1,000. And if you have a car and you're traveling to St. George's, you'll have to pack it up sometime and take the bus. Mm-hmm. That might be another $1,000 for a thing. Mm-hmm. So you hardly have money to do your hair, do your teeth, or medical attention, or help your grandmother. So if you're making $3,000 or less in Grenada, you marginalize, you're vulnerable. Economically, you're vulnerable. You're in the lower income group. And I think that is what caused this country to be there, where we are. Derek Walcott, he was amazed at the class system in Grenada, you know. Mm-hmm. Some people don't have class, but they sit in class. Some people poor, they're giving the impression that they're rich.
They don't play in a position. They point girl on to be a center.
In yesteryear, the people used to say you're messing ice cream or you're showing off because they're working in St. George's. You have people here working for $1,500 in St. George's. You know. They would not work in the country for 12, where they don't have to pay bus, because they believe that working in St. George's put them in a better social status. Number of people working steel, Harvard's, Coates, St. George's University, a number of them. A few of them perhaps don't even have to go there and work. But working in these big firms give them a status. And as a result of that, these companies are smart. They play on them. I remember yesterday, one company didn't want so much men work there. If you notice what's going on now, they don't want the men work there. If you watch the security guards now, most of them are women. The women give less trouble on the job. They're easier to be managed by the big companies. They complain less. So they're employing more of these women as security. And then the fact that they're working in St. George's give them an added status. So I don't expect what the sister says going to affect the NDC hierarchy too much, but it is important that it open the eyes of those who they tell lies to. Because they sat down in a lab, make a pile of lies, and send it out. And perhaps it might open the eyes of some of the individuals in the diaspora. Some of them too playing Hefe. They come down here, they tell us how they're doing well, and they're fighting to sell cream on the street.
Yeah. Cream and Jersey.
And Jersey with numbers on the street. Yeah. And they're not saying to us what they're paying for rent in America. I think all these things must come to light. Because it would put our people in a better position to know, irrespective of the country you live in, you have to prepare to work hard. You have to be thrifty. You have to save. And you have to invest. A lot of them on welfare. Yeah, welfare money. And I think sometimes our journalists has really done injustice to us. Sometimes when I hear people bigging up our journalists, you know, I see them most time as a waste of time. I would like some of them to tell us what's going on in the homes in America. You have poorhouse in America just as how you have poorhouse in Grenada here. Eric Gary changed the name of the poorhouse and he called it Richmond Hills Home. Uncle Gary says Richmond Hills Home because these are the hardest workers in the country that end up here. That's why they call it Richmond Hill. But in the United States, you have poorhouse too. And a lot of Grenadians is ending up in the poorhouse in America. And whenever you know, we need to engage them and ask these questions because it will put a lot of Grenadians in better light. Because they was supporting the government to attack the seed program. So they're glad now. They say the government winning all these lumpens. That's how they're calling them. You know. Lumpens and riffraff that sit down depending on why they don't go and walk. They pound stone in the river. That they drinking rum with seed money. Yes, scholar, welcome. They pound stone in the river. That they drinking rum. Hello. You got to turn down there.
Morning. I'd like to address the gentleman, Mr. Pierre.
Yeah, go right ahead.
No, morning, Mr. Pierre.
Yes.
To you specifically, sir. Are you a very educated man, a very reasonable man? I listen to you all the time. If you, as a parent in a house and have children, what they want, don't you think you have some authority to bring them to some subjection or something in order to help put them in order?
Well, if they say, grow your children in the ways of the Lord, so when they are old, they shall not depart. So if you have children, and your children is under 18 years, then you're responsible. I normally advocate when you arrest a child under 18, you must arrest the parents and charge them too. And let the court determine who is guilty.
Thank you.
So I believe parents have to do.
Go ahead.
Yes, I believe parents is responsible for the children till they reach 18.
Okay.
And anytime I'm not
glad
responsible for you, you better believe you ain't getting me money easy.
Thank you. I'm glad you bring out all this information, Mr. P. As Carl was commenting on all the explanation that the lady gave earlier this week on RealFM. And such fraudulent things are said and behavior is going on. And is there any law? Keep asking all that, Mr. P. Because we're just going around in circles every day talking the same thing and nothing doing to help the situation. And I'm right angry. I'm have a degree in law and we could do some practice. These people are out of hand. And we need to do something about it. And this is not going on now.
I think what...
This has been going on a long time.
I think
long time, Mr. Pierce. Hold on. Let me finish because I have to close down this phone. Find people, please. And we have to do something. Look what's happening here. We had this man make all this vulgar statements and lies and all of that. Why do you know this? So much. Thank you.
All right, thank you. The caller say that we have to do something. Yes, what we need to do is to educate ourselves about the policy of the government in Grenada. Grenadians, a number of people voted a government that the policy of the government is not in your interest. If you have a briefcase or certificate, vote NDC. If you have a big company and you vote NDC. If you're a businessman, vote NDC. If you're a businessman that have a lot of relatives that are in the lower income group, stay away from NDC. The National Democratic Congress, historically, their policies are counterproductive to the people in the lower income group. You just have to listen to the main players in NDC. Listen to them, listen to their utterance, listen to the passion with which they advocate things. Getting video calling people lumpen. He say nasty people. And the bank, the individuals in the management of the bank sponsors this individual to be on the radio to attack the people in the lower income group. This perhaps is the most arrogant individual on radio.
The bank is part and parcel.
So this is what we have to see. Then we hailing these people as if them is some champion. No, this is why slavery exists that long. And they went after Eric Gary with a passion. Because Eric Gary championed the cause of the people in the lower income group. At that time, most of them was on the estates. They go after Kit Mitchell with a passion. Because he championed the people in the lower income group. So they realize what we have to do is to go after the leader, go after the champion of the people. They did everything to get people to jump over the fence. And they play on the emotion of some people that I am in a different class. You just have to, I always encourage people to do little research. Stay in your communities. In every community, you have 4 or 5 supporters of NDC that is very vocal. In the same way, you have 4 or 5 supporters of NNP that is very vocal. Start to pay attention to them and see which side is more bitter, which side is more angry. As soon as you start to speak with a NDC politico, you know, the revolution like politico, an activist, he tell you, he or she, they tell you you're stupid, you don't have sense, or you're supporting kid. As soon as you start to speak to them, they're very dismissive in the language towards you. Listen to the ministers, the Minister of Agriculture in the house, lunatics and idiots. It is coming from the mouth of the top members of the NDC. And it's natural for them to do that. It's natural. And that is one of the challenges that we have. Sometimes I say to people, some of the atrocities that go on in country, we support it. I saw what took place when the teachers had this industrial action and they practically declare war on children. And I said in the next 5-10 years, you're going to see the result of that. We're going to have an increase in violence in this country. We must, because the attitude towards the younger ones. And the NDC is compounding it with a hostile attitude. The hostile economic attitude towards the elderly, towards the physically challenged. Even disadvantaged children was not spared by the National Democratic Policy. Look at the attitude in traveling. Extravagance. They get extremely photogenic. Look at the attitude in House of Parliament. Arrogance. We don't have to answer you. Shut up and sit down. This is the vultures that we select.
And as you're on that point, Mr. P, that brings to connection the recent holiday of the 4th of July. You realize this thing happened and like nobody really knew about it. That is to show the same thing you're saying. The arrogance with this present administration. And as we on carry, come, Mr. P, I want to read something here.
A khaki government.
Hold on. Among the major announcements at the CARICOM's 45th Heads of Government meeting is a commitment by the member states to have the free movement of all categories of people to live and work throughout the region. Chair of CARICOM, Dominican Prime Minister Skerrit, said it was a fitting decision to have this done as the regional body celebrates its 50th anniversary. Member states have been given up until March 2024 to examine all legal technicalities and to make a decision. Mr. Skerrit said he understands it will be a challenge for some countries more than others, but urged commitment on the move. In essence, it brings back into light the whole issue here with the Haitian down here, you know, Mr. P. You understand what's going on now? So how are we treating with the Haitians now?
See,
because they embrace the holiday wholeheartedly, but that is something again from CARICOM. How do we treat with? How we expect to treat with that, Mr. P? And the policies, would the policy of the present Prime Minister in terms of the Haitians change? Because you see, we're not living in a vacuum, Mr. P. We're living in a global village. And actions or inactions could determine where do we go from here. So it begs the question here, how would this present Prime Minister treat with the Haitians?
He has already indicated how he intends to treat with them.
Okay.
And what is sad is that I have not heard an outcry from the trade union. You see, there are some organizations, particularly in Grenada, when some things happen, you look to them Because the trade unions supposed to champion the cause of the voiceless. But they think them is done. Heavyweights. So they're asking for the head of public workers members. You know, in yesteryear, it wasn't the public service. That changed when you have other people in it. So they're asking for the head of public officers. And they show no solidarity with the workers who are crying out. So this is the group. How do you expect them to care about the Haitians? Most of these organizations, they don't care about the Haitians. And the NDC policy, they will be very supportive of it. The Public Workers Union executive was practically forced. They were practically forced to pay some attention to these workers. Because most of these workers are in a bargaining unit. But they don't really consider them. Yes, caller, welcome.
Yeah, good morning, guys. Igwe.
Morning.
All the gentlemen, they call everybody.
Yes.
Listen, you know, I there on it. I got my ears to the street. Yeah. Listen, Igwe, I need you to call me as soon as this program, as soon as you get a chance. I really need to talk to you. I have some information to discuss with you. Yeah.
All
right. Gentlemen, we are talking about government, but there is a constitution that governs government. Yeah. And we need to focus more on the Constitution and its the reality of how we can control our lives, our children's lives, the elders' lives with that Constitution. We cannot make these people do anything that they don't want to do, but the Constitution can. That's the only way you can involve international assistance in this country, where the rampant violations of our rights are concerned. The Constitution is what governs our rights. They had a program on GBN, sorry to call the name of that radio station on your real radio station, but I have to. It was called Release It. Now, these releasing the concern. And I used to hear Mr. Rollo talk about the Constitution. Right now, that program's done. That program dead. Nobody is talking about the Constitution again. We have to look at the Constitution and the provisions involved in the Constitution in order to bring about any change in government, whether it's NDC, NMP, or the polka dot niggas that might be prepared to take our rights. We have to look at the Constitution. We have to. The education starts with the Constitution. Do you agree, gentlemen?
Well, the Constitution is the supreme law of the land.
Mm-hmm. Well, that is what we have to get them to follow. We can't talk and make any, because I'm starting to hear callers talk about, we talking about nothing changing. It will never change unless we change provisions in that Constitution. We have to change the provisions in the Constitution in order to get any viable response from these concrete slab. Do you agree?
You have a point.
Igwe.
You have a point.
That is the point. The point so sharp it will bore through anything. Igwe, contact me. I need you to talk. I need to talk to you because I have to talk to Andres concerning business.
All right,
link me, brother.
That's our word.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yes, Mr. Pierre.
Yes, the caller is making a valid point, and our people have to understand. You know, if you ignore policies, and sometimes we get trapped with an individual taking an action, whether it is right or wrong, you have system in place to deal with it. But when you have a government with a policy, and the policy is affecting one sector of people, it ought to be the concern of individuals. And the people the policies affecting is the people in the lower income group. But the government tricked the people. They blatantly sat down and planned lies. And I always say, politicians sometimes while they're speaking, they stretch the truth. And you corner them and they say something. But this is not what NDC did. NDC sat down in a room.
And they plan lies.
And they plan lie.
Yeah, they plan lie.
And I mean, this is definitely wrong. And when you point it out, Mr. Tillman Thomas, an ex-prime minister, that a lot of Grenadians have a lot of respect for, because he went to jail in the revolution, say it is rebalancing. But the journalists never probe him. Always a follow-up question. Another individual always on radio, the custodian of morality, realignment. My brother Willie, good people. Sister, Minister Labor, good people. Needy and greedy.
The Foreign Affairs Minister.
Foreign Affairs Minister, good people. Minister of Agriculture, lunatics and idiots. The motivational speaker on radio sponsored by a bank. Nasty people, lumpens, all sorts of names you're targeting. The people in the lower income group. And then these people own children supporting them. They own children supporting them. And this is the challenge that we have. So it's a question of providing education. That parents call their children and say, am I a lumpen? Do you see me as a good person? How you could be supporting the bank to sponsor individuals to caution your parents. You can't leave the bank. You don't have bank in Grenada. 2 banks a day, 2.25.
Yeah.
One tell me it's 2.25 bank. So nobody can say I go draw out my money. We don't have this clout. The poor people in the country, we do not have the economic clout.
You can run on the bank.
But when our intellectuals that was paid with government fund turn on the people, I see them as vultures. They were paid. When I look at most of the members of the government today who have their masters and doctorate, most of them government money that paid them. Pope John Paul, he won developing countries. You must not invest in tertiary education at the expense of primary and secondary education. That is what we did in Grenada. We spend hundreds of thousands of dollars for a guy to get a master's degree. When he comes back here, he see the poor people, all in the same position still. He not even going back in his community and help develop the people.
You're going to live at X place.
He not in the groups in the community. He go and live in St. George's, he in trouble because he don't have enough money to pay in the gated areas that they go. But he in a different social status. And then he gone to government, using government coffers as a supermarket, and then scavenging on the physically challenged, the elderly, and disadvantaged children. If that is not a vulture, then I don't know what it is. And that is the challenge we have. We have our own people. This is not Europeans. It's not white people. That's scavenging. I believe I have advocated that the government should give back the people the $150 and give them retroactive pay. There is no evidence that the government could advance economic justification and reasons for removing the money from the people except political mischief. This is what Mr. Tillman Thomas referred to as rebalancing.
Rebalancing.
And Mr. Tillman Thomas know the term, you know. Because after the Americans left here, they left money to give to the people who are in prison. But there's a lot of Rasta that don't get. A lot of Rasta man don't get. Out of the 3,000 plus people that was in jail, some of the educated and the intelligentsia, they never seek the interests of everybody.
Nah, some no good.
So some Rasta don't get. Man say Kennedy gave him money. A lot of Rasta don't get. The PRA, after the 1983 American intervention, invasion, or rescue mission, depends on which side of the pendulum you're on.
Yeah.
Some of the PRA get mad. They end up on the street. Laba Laba is still in Grenville. A vagrant to go in jail all the time. They used to call them baby soldier. They didn't even get the money pay. The community was hostile against them. Nobody seek their interest in Grenada. Some of the real communists gone to America, England, and Canada. And the poor people children, they again suffered.
Always.
Some of the individuals the revolution sent and study in Cuba, Czechoslovakia,
Russia.
Germany, Russia. Yes, scholar, welcome.
Good morning, Mr. Pierre.
Welcome.
Good morning, Igwe. Good morning, Master Carl.
Morning.
Yeah, how you doing?
I really had to call this morning again. I called and went to talk about the GoFundMe that they have for the Prime Minister. But this morning, my take is, Mr. Carl, you know, is the poor and needy, you know, the vulnerable. They take from them. They say they had to sanitize the seed program. They take out how much they take out. They never come and say how much they take out. But look what the Prime Minister says. You know, look how much we have to pay for where the Prime Minister living, luxury life. You know, and the vulnerable ones are the most needy ones. Look what's happening to them. You know, somebody hear people calling and pleading the cars and what they have to be going through. One man say he have one child just past one and we have three behind. You know, it is really saddening. It is saddening, it is saddening, it is saddening, it is saddening. You know, last year after the election, the night of the election around 10 o'clock, somebody came by me and was not no big person in society, somebody walking like a farmer. He said, Miss, what just happened there? I say, well, we go 10 years to come back forward. You understand? By the morning, Holy Ghost visit me, say, Brenda, much more people will die. Not of COVID, more than COVID. So I asked him, say, why? And I heard the voice saying, because of hardship. Look at the hardship we're facing 1 year after. People dying in the hospital, no medication, people have to be paying. You hear a person saying they are in the hospital and they're doing ultrasound extra and they have to pay for it. There are persons who can afford to pay for it. Some people, they're living in the hospital because no family member can help them. It is sad. And today the Prime Minister is saying, going all over in the diaspora and pretend that things is so nice in the country here. And I hear the Prince of Head now, his voice change. Saying about, oh, we have to talk about the good thing that happening. Why is the good thing? The good thing that is happening here is to beat up on it and happy good thinking about, oh, the man so wicked and so dirty. And you understand me?
Ethiopian people?
Yes.
Well, if you don't talk about it.
And saying how keeping sure she put his head in a pigtail bucket and all kind of thing. I wonder who put his head in pigtail bucket today. It is alarming when you hear the manager of seed program to come and talk about what they're saying. She's so disgusted. It's only tears.
You see, it's not, remember, freedom of expression is for everybody. Eh? Oh, so if you let them speak and you didn't answer, or you didn't neutralize, that's why when we speak, we dare them. We challenge them to challenge what we see. Yeah.
Much more people will die, and when you see the amount of people are dying, the amount of people are crying out, the older folks, you know, it's alarming. It's time for us to to do something.
What we need to do is to educate ourselves about the policies of government. Otherwise, in the next few years, the same thing happening again.
And Mr. Pierre, that safety network, what they're beating up on the right now, was that start on the NMP? You know?
It started on the NDC in 2011. Yeah.
That was their brainchild.
They made a mess of it and the NDC NNP fixed
And today you hear the World Bank even taking praise.
But you see,
the World Bank.
You see, the NDC never planned to help people. I think that is what we're missing. The intention is never geared towards people.
All the intention was to come and get rid of NNP. And the wicked man and the nasty party. And then this man now coming and telling me, he come and teach me customer service relationship.
That is the most...
That is so disgusting.
That is one of the most...
and laughable.
Yeah.
You on Facebook talk about the nasty party and the nasty party and the nasty...
You don't hear the regularity
the ugly fellas
with which he does it.
And the people in the churches sit down and they just listen. They just say nothing. Who helping these people? God said the poor will always remain with us.
We that have to help
you go to diaspora, you have the projects. People living in the projects from grandmother to grandchildren.
A lot of them in the States, you know, they live in a pretentious life.
I see what some of them saying. They can't help the people down here.
They can't help them.
It's when you travel and you see them. It's when they can't help you down here. They come down here, they can't dress to suit us down here.
Mm-hmm.
When you ask them for something they don't have because the rent is so hot.
The rent is hot. Yeah. And some of them would end up in homes.
They share the same bathroom, same toilet, same everything.
Yeah. Some of them same fridge.
Yeah.
Same fridge.
Same fridge.
I want to come and talk about people in Grenada here.
They living in a little cool
on me have to go in American life for them.
Two sides of the stove is yours and two sides is mine.
It's a shame.
Yeah. But we have to know that. You see, if we don't know that, we're going to be tricked.
You remember, election is only 4 years.
Right, so you got to wait for 4 years.
Election is 4 years.
Because the NDC is going to go to maximum. It's a greedy group of vultures. They're going to go to maximum.
When you're going up the ladder, the same people who put you up, the same hand are going to take you down.
So that we must be wise.
Grenadians sit down and smell the coffee.
I think what we need to do is to be informed so we will not be easily tricked.
You know what I like is when they come and bamboozle the whole medium and whatever social media with lies and it's truth. You see, truth could never hide.
But truth don't have much friend in it.
Truth is a
lie. And when truth comes out, it's who he hit. It's who he hit. It drive real strong. And when he drives strong, everybody just feel it. And then they start saying all kind of thing about and people only want to bring in negative. When they was picturing negative and hate, who is to tell them anything?
But we always have to avoid hate.
Yeah, at all costs.
We always have to avoid hate at all costs. I know it's difficult for some people, but we have to avoid hate at all costs.
Sometimes when I go
we can't destroy our own country.
The tears are much in the eyes, the tears are much in the eyes.
Yeah, you can't. You have to be more informed and less emotional.
The tears comes in the eyes for this country, and I'm praying to God. I only ask God to forgive these people, rebuke the words that they say over this country, and call this country Jab nation.
Yeah.
If they only understand the meaning of Jab, they would never classify this country as a Jab nation.
Triple N.
Yes, thank you.
Right.
We have to have the news.
All right.
Yeah.
For what he did to it, I was stop here.
I was trying to.
Yeah. All right, I'll catch it. All right, folks, we'll be back after this.
Triple N. Informative, entertaining, and first. Every hour on the hour.
This is the latest news update produced by Triple N. Details when we get back.
In our part of the world, we need to be prepared for natural disasters like storms and hurricanes, even outside of the season. I'm sure you'll agree that keeping our loved ones, homes, and businesses safe is important. So, I came up with a few quick tips to help you stay safe. First, make a family disaster plan. and ensure that everyone in your household is familiar and comfortable with it. Remember to add batteries and flashlights to your emergency kit. Don't be caught off guard by natural disasters. Prepare now. For more information, visit grenlec.com.
Welcome back. Locally, the government of Grenada is reporting that at the end of the first quarter of 2023, there was a 1.1% increase in total central government and government guaranteed debt. In the region in St. Lucia, government under fire for its deafening silence on crime. We get more in this report.
PRO of the United Workers' Party, Leonard Spider Montoot, is once again calling for decisive action from the Labour administration to deal with the mounting gun violence on the island. At a press conference on Thursday, Montoot painted a stark picture of the situation. In his opinion, gun violence has become commonplace and does not seem to draw the shocking reaction from citizens that it should.
I want to point out to St. Lucians, in case they have not realized, because it has become so rampant that perhaps some people have lost count or stopped counting. We are now just halfway through the year 2023, and we are approaching 50 homicides in St. Lucia. At this rate, we can easily record 100 or more St. Lucians losing their lives as a result of violent crime for this year. If this does not get the attention of our leaders in this country, if this is not sufficient for them to pay attention and to act, I do not know what will.
Concluding that the island is in chaos because of crime, Montoot has expressed concern about the possible negative consequences for the island's economy, particularly the tourism sector.
Not only locals have fallen to the violence of the criminal elements, but we also have foreigners who come from some of the countries that we depend on for our tourism have lost their lives as a result. These countries, unlike what I see with our government, regard the lives of their citizens very highly, and they take it very seriously. It is not inconceivable that we can end up having some kind of sanction imposed on St. Lucia, where in North America, in Europe, we can have governments calling on their citizens not to travel to St. Lucia.
With the island facing over 40 murders, Montoot questions whether the government is waiting for matters to worsen before it takes significant action.
Around the globe, at least 5 people have been killed and more than 30 injured in a Russian missile attack in a western Ukrainian city, one of the largest attacks on the city's civilian infrastructure since the start of Russia's invasion last year. Here are the details.
Hundreds of kilometers from the nearest frontline fighting, the western city of Lviv has largely escaped the worst of the destruction suffered by other Ukrainian cities. Until now, this quiet residential and college neighborhood blasted by a missile strike as many people stayed in their apartments instead of seeking shelter, despite an air raid warning being in force.
The Russians say they are bombing military targets, but they hit peaceful houses. People were sleeping. How could they do it?
Rescue crews worked through the night, pulling the injured from under the rubble. The city says it's the biggest attack on civilian buildings since the start of the war.
We're now digging through the rubble. There are wounded and dead. This is the Russian world visiting Lviv. As you can see, their ultimate goal is to destroy the Ukrainian nation. But we will win. We will overcome.
First light brought home the full extent of the destruction, and the cleanup continued through the day. The Ukrainian military says a total of 10 missiles were fired towards western Ukraine from Russian ships and submarines in the Black Sea. 7 were apparently shot down, but others got through with fatal consequences.
And in sports, Hayley Matthews scores another 50 as Windies women defeat Ireland women by 8 wickets to win the series. This ends the latest bit of news. Thank you for listening.
Triple N. Informative, entertaining, and first. Every hour on the hour. From the north, covering south, east, and west. This is Real FM.
Step inside. Immerse yourself in colors that come alive.
Color by Sissy.
Let your imagination Run wild. Surround yourself in a world of color.
Color by Sissons.
Endless inspiration. Bold expression. Bold expression.
Color by Sissons. Sissons. Express your style with Color by Sissons.
Do you know, when you play the games of the National Lotteries Authority, you are supporting sports, culture, and nation building in Grenada, Carriacou, and Petit-Martinique?
Hi, I am Junior Murray, cricket coach, sports enthusiast, and a former West Indies cricketer. I endorse the games of the NLA 100%. For the past 40 years, the NLA has been funding many sporting activities, including competition for schools and clubs, and for athletes to participate in overseas tournaments such as the Carifta Games and the regional cricket tournaments. Additionally, they made it possible for you, the public, to view local, regional, and international tournaments from the comfort of your homes. For those reasons, I play the game of the NLA. Even if I do not win, I know Grenada always wins.
Yes. When you play all the games, the NLA in turn supports sports, culture, and nation-building activities throughout the Tri-Island state.
M&M Hardware Limited, Hope St. Andrew and Dusty Highway, St. George. Shop conveniently for all your building materials, including plumbing, electrical, lumber, cement, steel, and much more. We manufacture roofing sheets available in 11 colors, aluminum windows, doors, inset screens, and hurricane shutters. Installation services are available for all our manufactured products. Our opening hours are Monday to Friday, 8 a.m. to 4 p.m., Saturdays, 8 a.m. to 3 p.m. M&M Hardware Limited. Come on in and experience our affordable prices, or call us 444-6757 or 440-6757 Dusty Highway. Email us at info@mahonhardware.com or mnmdusty@mahonhardware.com. M&M Hardware, foundation to roof. Let's build together.
The first word when you speak about furniture is classic. Yes, at Classic Furniture, they design and make the best in local furniture. All their products are made from the finest local wood available on island. You think it, they design it and make it to your expectations. The highest standards at the best possible price, and they also provide higher purchase for you, their valued customers. Located on Ben Jones Street in Grenville, with their factory at Chantemelle in St. Patrick. That's where you need to visit when looking for products made of the finest local wood. They deliver and install items at no extra cost. Your satisfaction is their mission. The extra step is taken to ensure their customers are completely satisfied. They do doors and finished kitchen, supplies mattresses, and restores antique pieces to look like the first day they were made. Hey, give us a call on 442-4645 and 442-9726. Classic Furniture, Grenada's homegrown furniture producers.
It is said, the proof of the pudding is in the eating. Therefore, the authenticity of the beverage can only be acquired in the taste. A taste which is original to Antoine de Beauregard Industries and comes from a combination of spices and local rum, which can hold its own all over the world. Woodman, a strength which speaks for itself. A taste which stands out from the rest, bottled with care, which speaks to perfection. Try Woodman today and be stunned by a flavor as never before. Let your palate savor that which is produced locally. Do not be deterred by substandard products. Our taste speaks volumes and sets us apart from the competition. You will be satisfied with every sip of our product. Say rum, say Woodman, feel satisfaction. Now that's quality.
91.5 Real FM got you covered.
frequent commenter here. Too one-sided, underhanded, can't be trusted.
Heavy artillery loaded on the set. HTS Dugo.
For their own abuses, they keep making excuses. Housing crack up Mova. They unleash the lawyer, set up an inquiry just to get Kid Rowley. But they wouldn't sue the false papers crew. I don't need more close to tell them go. Hurry, pack up your bundle now. Stop fooling the people. The country taking and beating. So me plea are repeating. Go. They're like a natural disaster. Now. 10 times worse than Ebola. Like a dog with fleas and tongue on their knees. And I'm begging, go now. And I did one week. From Versailles to the country. Streets turn into rivers, then into seas. That's why I'm singing, go now. This is my humble petition. I know the date for election. Go now, please. Accidental, detrimental, could be lethal. Are you willing to take that chance? Much too seedy, they too greedy, eyes too beady. Honeymoon end before the romance. We expect corruption, but now without check or interruption. That a few might stuff the pocket, but not racket by the pocket. From the constant comments, we get no recess. Before things fall apart and the riot starts. Even in chutney, I'll tell them go. Make it sooner than later. To protect the future, please. For the sake of we children and the next generation. Go. To safeguard our image. Before Griffith cause more damage. Like a dog with fleas and tongue on the knees. And I'm begging, go now. They try to stick me with the rage. They have more trick than Houdini.
And I think this is how we describe our government. This is a real word. It's not made up.
Okay.
It has Greek origins.
Listen, Mr. Pierre.
It is called a kakistocracy. Google it. A kakistocracy.
Surely you're making things up now.
Google it.
I mean, I love the word, but what is the meaning?
Okay. You Google it and you tell me the meaning.
Okay.
And tell me this does not adequately describe our government.
Now I'm typing kaki into my work computer.
Yes.
Okay, cool.
Kakistocracy.
Kakistocracy.
Kakistocracy. And give me the definition.
Literally, a government by the worst people.
Yes.
A government by the least suitable or competent citizens of a state. Okay, so full of the kaki people.
It's not
I
even
can't believe it's an actual word.
and it's not even an Afrikaans word you'd think where kak comes from. Hey?
Wow.
What do you call a parliament full of these people? A case.
Ah, he enjoyed that.
Mr. Pierre.
It's interesting, you know. Sometimes they have a saying that people deserve the government they have, and the government is a reflection of the people in the country. And perhaps to some extent, both of them is true. I think the saddest part is when people sit down and plan to deceive people. I've said before on many occasions, I don't, if the police is affected and deceived, it doesn't affect me. Because the police is always, they have been cultured to be suspicious of what you tell them. If the teachers are disappointed, it don't even cause me to raise my eyebrow. Teachers are some of the most educated people in our country, and they're supposed to think and reason. But when you target the people in the lower income group, the most vulnerable, the elderly, the physically challenged, and disadvantaged children, and you tell them lies. And other people who give the impression that they are the custodians of morality in our country give you support. And our journalists are helping to protect you. Something has to be definitely wrong with our people. I always speak about the education in our country. And I believe that in a very short space of time, 5-10 years, we could do better. But we have to understand that if the majority of children is not doing well, and we are doing well, it's going to come back to haunt us. If the people in the lower income group are purposely deceived and disadvantaged by the government that we choose, it's going to come back to haunt the people who live in gated communities, the teachers, the doctors, the lawyers. It's going to come back to haunt you. Because these are the biggest group in our society. You could always encourage and woo and law some of the individuals who join you to turn back on the people. And that's what happened in Grenada. Because all the members of government, the 9 of them, is poor people children. As time goes on, I don't think any one of them could call themselves rich people children. All of them are poor people children. They got opportunities to get a better education.
Well, they indicated that when they swear in, you know. They say
conveniently.
Yes.
They got opportunities to get a better education. And they're using that opportunity to shaft people, to deceive people, to lie to people, to use the government coffers as if it is a supermarket, to live in fine style, like the high end of life. They don't have the money for it, so they're using the government coffers to travel and travel with a spouse. I have never heard that before. You know, you travel with your spouse. To use excuses to go on gala and have the government pay for it. And when you're asked questions, you dodge it. And journalists that have the reputation as good journalists in the country helping you dodge.
Yeah.
That is when you know you're in trouble. And the time has come for us to call them vultures. That's what they are. Yes, caller, welcome.
Good morning, Mr. Pierre.
Yes, caller, welcome.
Mr. Pierre, the reason why these people and this government doing all what they're doing, they taking advantage of the poor people. You know, it's one term they're making, you know.
But one term is enough to turn the country back for decades. One term is enough to create lawlessness and violence.
And that if they make the 5 years.
So that is why people have to be knowledgeable about it. When they are given an opportunity to make a decision, they make decision in their interest.
Yeah, that if they make the 5 years.
Well, I think they're going to make more than 5 years.
No, Mr. Pierre, what's your mouth there?
Well, you see, sometimes one of the challenges we have, we're not realistic. The NDC came, caller, in 2020. The economy was in a free fall. They were not able to pay claims in the treasury over 110 million.
What year? 2008?
2008, sorry. In 2008, they sold 13 pieces of property. Oh, the only people who do that is on drugs. If you have your land and you leave it for your children, and while you're on a sick bed, they're selling your land. If there was a jail, if NDC was an individual, I'll know the danger. They sold 13 pieces of property to pay the light bill and the current bill and for food, you know, and toilet paper, you know. Now they're here now, and you don't have a clue what plan they have to make new jobs. And already they budget to sell government assets. And they're traveling the world and living high life. They bring their boyfriend when they go away. I am man bringing boyfriend, girl bringing boyfriend. Everybody.
Mr. Pierre, that is the reason why you see all the ministers and them, partly all of them, trying to grab money where they could get it.
Well, yes, they think it's a government supermarket.
You understand? You know, by hearing officers and they borrowing all this money.
Government, you're hearing 160 pass flying. You're hearing trip pay for England, trip pay for America. That's what you're hearing. And when you ask questions, they're not answering you.
You understand?
The government promised to build 500 houses.
You don't hear now.
And the government says not the government are going to pay for the house. The journalists laugh. I thought was the journalists laugh as if, well, that is a comedian on a stage giving joke.
The journalists say you catch them.
It's time for you to have some demonstration. It's
Now,
time.
demonstration can help. Our
Yes,
people
it
that
could
selected the
help.
government.
It could help.
Our people selected the government.
Bro, you ready to go? You ready to hit the road, bro?
Wrong, make me flag already.
Our people have to be knowledgeable. They are the ones that selected this government, irrespective of people tell them, you had a government that bring the economy in free fall. They sold 13 pieces of property. They sell land that did not belong to them. They sell shares that legally they had no authority to sell. They still sell it. We still choose them. No, we complain. So, Caller, I think that we have to spend time talking, informing our neighbors, and having discussion with our children that play in highfalutin. They have a car, they can't even buy gas, but they believe they're in some different class.
Well, you see, they come and they
That
like
is
the
the
young
problem.
People, they are like the young people and fully young people.
Not the young people, some old one take bait too. What do you think they jump fence to? Take bait?
And listen,
Yeah.
they don't have long to go.
Yes, thank you, Caller. 5 years is not a long time.
That caller want to hit the road. It's up here.
But you see, he black cat already.
It's up here, the crime situation in this country.
Well, I expected crime to go up here.
I expected it too.
And I expect the crime situation to increase more.
Too much of people they won't.
Somebody lose their hand in Grand Mal yesterday.
They dehorn him.
You understand? But for the life out of me, the Minister of National Security don't want to address the nation.
What are you going to say?
Let's take the call.
Hello.
Hello, Igwe. Sorry for calling back, eh?
That's okay.
Not
I had another question to ask. In the last parliament sitting, you know, I stood there, I watched, and I heard the Minister of Youth was saying there is only one advisor to his ministry, which is Mr. Patrick Simmons. But when they came in, they said there was two advisors, which was Ian Thomas and Mr. Patrick Simmons. But today you hear the then minister saying that there's only one advisor. Is it after the sale of the car scandal, they get rid of
You have who?
Yeah, that causes a lot of problem.
Is it that one reason why he is getting all the security company and looking to get grab other because if he's paid over $5,000 per month and he has concession to get new vehicles and other things, you know, I want to know exactly what is really going on. So I want you also dig a little deeper, and now I have a little lab outside, and I have people who could give all the information. Find out for the people of Grenada, because we need to know what is really taking place. Because they're hearing that they put the same labor commissioner who they say couldn't work with people to manage human resources. So we need to know what's going on. And they're not even telling us anything. They're not saying anything to the people. We need to know where the money are spending, because this is our money. Who is paying tax? Who is paying these people and them? We need to know where the money is spending. God bless you. Have a good weekend, everybody.
Yes. Once you listen to Real FM, you're going to get information. The information we have, we will provide it. If the minister says one advisor is one advisor, but sometimes the advisor have an advisor. Because the National Democratic Congress, I understand, have an advisor to the Attorney General. If the Attorney General is supposed to be the premier advisor to cabinet, and the Attorney General have an advisor, the Minister of Sports advisor could have an advisor too. You see, the National Democratic Congress does do some very unorthodox things when they come in power. And people have to know that. That is the same group that cut down Belvedere nutmeg and plant banana. And when people tell them that is wrong, they dig up by the lake and plant banana again.
Mr. Peo, my concern with the crime situation is simply this. The country still is heavily Let's take the call. Hello?
Good morning to you, Mr. Pierre. Good morning to you.
Hey, how you doing?
Oh, I'm doing fine. Much better, much better. Not there yet, but I'm doing much better.
Okay.
Hey, my boy, good morning to you.
Morning.
And how is everybody? I hope everybody is well this
Everybody
morning.
good. Everybody good.
Mr. Pierre, I do understand what you're saying. And it's true. We need to educate the young people in our country. Educate the people. And the caller made a suggestion. He talked about the Constitution. If we don't understand the Constitution will govern this land, and we have to obey the Constitution. Right now, if the people who was receiving the seed money, they understand the right, they join together and fight for the right. Mrs. Leonora George was saying it. It's all in the manual. They have to group together and fight for the right and get back the money the government take from them. I feel so ashamed when I heard the lady speaking and explaining about the seed program. If the minister in question they take time off to listen to her, she would have pointed him out to the manual so he would have get understanding. But they are not there for that. They're there to crucify the Grenadian people. And that's what they are doing. We have to be like the black American. When their back is against the wall, they look in the Constitution. They're looking at what amendment it is so they could get justice. Because when all the odds is against them, they have to stand up and fight. Because otherwise they're not getting away. This government come to crucify us. This government come to destroy the Grenadian people. They put themselves on top. They, as far as they're concerned, they are the one must be rich. They are the one must survive. They have no respect. They're very disrespectful to the Grenadian people. We, the Grenadian people, don't know. We, the Grenadian people, some of us vote ourselves out from a job. They vote themselves out from the job to listen to this bunch of people. They don't care about them. So in the next few years, if they're there, they go crucify the people. And when it's time for election, they go come back again and they'll give them something to make them feel good. We have no understanding. We was in a good house and bad house call us and outside. And now they're crying. Even me and I'm crying. Because when I heard the young people crying, those who have children crying, it hurt me. It hurt me from my heart. My God, I tell you, Mr. Pay and Carl, this thing is not going down right. And it's not going down right, and we are suffering. So educate the people. They have things in place for us. The NDC come like a bunch of lawyers. Them solicitors, and you go before them with your problem, and before you start to speak about your problem, they're getting fed up because all they see is money. Is money. They give you a big receipt saying that you have to pay them, right? And that's all they're interested in. They're not interested in your story. They're not interested in your grievance. What grieve you, that's your business. But as you sit in front of them, they know how much money they have to take from you. So the poor and the vulnerable always crying. They're always crying. So we Grenadian people have to pray to God. We have one master, and it's only God we have to pray to for we to get justice in this land. You see, Keith Mitchell, every time NDC come, they destroy the country. It take the NMP people to put it right again, the NMP government to put it right again. That's the reason why the Imani was laughing. They could have built themselves. They could have a better future. Some of them didn't want to travel to go abroad. They didn't want to. I met some of them and asked them, are you staying when I was in England? Are you staying No. I don't want to stay. I got a good job in Grenada. Right now they're running. They're flying like birds that migrating to different countries because they cannot get nothing here. Everything the government promised them, the government take it away from them. It destroyed them, a bunch of liars. So they come like hooligans. Why don't they address the killing in the country? All this killing taking place. When NNP was there, how many killings we had for the year? We never had much. But yes, we do have a little, but not that much. Right now, every day something is happening. A friend phoned me and he said that they beat up his son and they mash up his hand. He was having surgery yesterday. I know he's frightened because what happened? No medication in the hospital. Nurses crying out. Patient crying out. Oh my God. So we have to do something, educate the young people so the next generation will be better equipped than this one. This generation, because the old generation is going out and it's going out to the old system. But the new generation will be better equipped. So we have to educate, and you lot have to educate, because we find the people here are very demoralized, right? They don't know what is happening. They're losing hope. So they're looking on this radio station to give them hope. They want hope from this radio station. So show them, point them to the right direction. We're depending on you because we cannot do it by ourselves. You are the master brain. We don't want, Mr. Perry, we don't want them to say we have a briefcase, a certificate.
You're walking around with a bag of problem.
Yes, we have no knowledge. We have no wisdom. We have no understanding. Teach the young generation. Thank you, Mr. Perry. I have a nice day. Mr.
Well, you
Carl,
take care.
have a nice weekend.
You too.
And Igwe, you too.
All right,
God
thanks.
bless you all. Bye-bye. Bye.
All of us have understanding and knowledge, but sometimes, take for instance the Imani program. I see this program as one of the best initiatives in the last 100 years.
By any government.
By any government. To help to create the environment for the younger people to be more competitive on the job market. We have some Imani that are doctors. We have some people that start up in the Imani, they are teachers. You think they identify with the Imani? No, man. Right now, they don't even want to make people know they're in the Imani. And that's the challenge we have. Where people believe they don't want to identify with the vulnerable because they reach a stage now where they believe in another social class. And when an NDC government comes in power, they like that.
Yeah, Mr. Pierre, I was telling you. Our economy is tied to tourism, whether we like it or not. And because our economy is tied to tourism, crime becomes a direct threat to the economy. Because if the level of crime remains to be what it is, it will affect the tourism component, Mr. Pitt. But it seems like the present administration, the Minister of National Security and the RGPF, seems to be clueless as to how to scientifically address crime. Now, in addressing crime scientifically really means you take into consideration what is happening now and find ways to be a deterrent or to determine how to curb it. Even if for a particular period of time you have to enact certain legislation to treat with the crime. So that it comes in, the Minister of National Security must be a part of the solution. Because if you leave crime as is, latest a man in Grandma lose his hand yesterday. So I'm a tourist. I want to come to a place and I've seen all these things on social media. I think I'm going in that place. And once they stop come the tourism, the economy is being affected. And once the economy is affected, all man jack in the country go feel it, Mr. Pitt. So when I come here and I talk about addressing the crime situation, it's nothing to do with who I like and who I don't like. It's to do with what would affect the country, the economy, and the people. So I lay it out so that they could understand that they must, in some form, address the situation and not telling us this crime increased by 27%, this crime increased by this crime increased by 2%. That is simply not enough to give the population comfort. Because you see, the fear of crime, Mr. P, is worse than crime itself. If you live in every day expecting some crime to happen to you, you every day under pressure than it happening to you once in every 5 years. So the government of the day and the RGPF, the Minister of National Security, the advisor to the Minister of National Security, ought to address the situation and stop coming across as being clueless. They're supposed to be have a press conference today. And because here I will listen after. And I hope ASP Ryan Hall and others would give the nation some solace or satisfaction to calm the fears and not just come in and give us statistics. 25% increase there, 2% decrease there, and so on. That is simply not enough, Mr. Pierre. Because the bigger picture here is the country. The bigger picture here is the economy. But it comes back to what you say. You keep saying the policies of this government does not lend for everybody. It seems like this government is only the government for NDC. And they don't care what you have a lot of NDC people are feeling the pinch. It's not only NNP alone are feeling the pinch. And the situation, somebody brought it to my mind again, Mr. P. As customary around now, we have the debushing program, whatsoever. You call it handout, give me, whatsoever. Because some of the persons who used to claim, who talk about greedy, right now, the river full up and they have the main course meal, you go and still burning and pick up the scrubs. Because they get seed money, they supervising on the road still, and that's all well. What's how the parent, Mr. Pierre, upon the recent decision by the Ministry of Education to send all man jack in secondary school. Some of the same parents lose work because some of them used to work with either CJs or faith organization or in other places, they lose work. Some of them who used to receive the seed, you remove the 150, and now you're asking them to send the children to school, and in most cases, ballpark figures, the administrative fees to enter the secondary school is about $200. Then you do have the debushing work customary to help. So, as you say, what is the policy of this government? And we here have to continue to speak. Because earlier, before you came, Mr. Pierre, there was this notion peddled by the NDC that NNP did nothing. And in my next few programs, it's my intention to go through constituencies and to highlight the nothings that has been done. We started with St. Andrews Northeast today. And to highlight things that was done by Kate Lewis in terms of helping people. Let's take the call.
Hello.
Hi, Igwe. Permit me 2 minutes or a minute or so. I want to please back address Mr. Pierre. I do agree about the educating people. How much cry, calm, before the election and giving people some. When can we start that educational program? See Ms. Mackerson saying educate people about what? Please, let's say something on that. Thank you.
The Prime Minister of Grenada is contributing to the escalation of crime in the country. The Prime Minister of Grenada is contributing to the escalation of crime. The word of your Prime Minister is the word people would look upon. He is the first among equal. He lied to Grenadian people. The Prime Minister knowingly told lies that contributed to people losing their jobs. When he said to them, we will make you permanent, it was lawless and illegal. And if you permanent, you could go in the bank. He was telling lies. The Prime Minister set up the e-money. The government apologized to the e-money for what they did to them in 2008 period. They say it was a political mistake, but we're going to do it different now. Now the e-money, the emotional stress on these people. The workers that was fired from Grandba's estate, imagine, they were visited by the minister and the PS. They was applauded, complimented for the job. The estate was identified as an estate to grow weed. One of the gentlemen meet me in the rum shop. He gladly give me chat. I even tell him, well, you're turn a weed export. I might try some weed. And the next time he see me, he was practically, he didn't cry, but he was practically in tears. He lose his job. The workers who was fired from, sent home from the pest management unit involved in managing the soursop. Grenada is the only country in the region that can export fresh soursop to the U.S. market. You get rid of the people. The Croton scale pest is spreading. I said it reach in Parklet. I see it in Milan. I do potted plants and they're in the Croton scale. And I have soursop, I do potted soursop. No, when you do that, you're causing people to lose job. You're frustrating people. So the Prime Minister is contributing to crime. When you remove $150 from the elderly and the children is likely to lose job. One of the sad stories I heard, one woman said to me that they work in a group, about 12 of them. I think that is the caregivers program. And they have NDC, they have NNP, all of them is friends. And she said them NDC tell us they're sorry for us. They're sorry for us because we're going to lose our job. That is what's so sad. I remember the case earlier I said, where the girl said she had 2 children for another man. 2 for her boyfriend and she pregnant. And he was an NNP, but he turned. And now that he lose the job, he tell her if he lose the job, he going in Trinidad.
Next one for you
and he went to Trinidad. Yes, Colin. Welcome.
No,
okay.
Let me play fair.
Miss Joseph, I seen a little bit about you. But Mr. Ron Redhead, where you did? I ain't seen you. I can't hear you. I want to know where. All I'm hearing about is a Willis, a Boca, a this, and I can't hear about Mardi Gras. The only thing I hear about good up is the health center. So tell us what's going on. We want to know what's going on, what's happening, what's going to be happening for us.
So Martin Ron constituency, she don't see him.
Not only.
But here the response. You have a response, Igwe.
The response is right here.
Residents, if you are not seeing me, it's because I'm working. My responsibility in the cabinet does not entail consistent field visits. I am not Minister Andy Williams, and I am not also the Honorable Tevin Andrews, who is also the Minister and MP in his constituency. His ministry is also his constituency, essentially. So they have not so much an unfair advantage, but they are keenly positioned to go out in the community regularly.
You are going threw them under the bus one time.
Yeah, threw them under the bus one time.
In the same way the Prime Minister threw Dennis Cornwall under the bus. You have a project in St. Patrick's. The Prime Minister won the project the people to help him in his constituency. And he abandoned River Sally and the others. It's a group of individuals that believe when you enter government, you're supposed to shop in government supermarket. And this is what the Prime Minister raised the price of sugar. And it has nothing to do with health. Nothing to do with health. Otherwise, he'd have called on Job.
Why is he raising
not to use oil and use the food grade substances that people said he using, which I assume is coal, charcoal and baby oil. While he raised the price of sugar, the people who involved in the confectionery industry are likely to be out of income. Look at what has done to the people involved in cosmetics and hairdressing. The action of the Prime Minister is directly affecting the cottage industry and people who are involved in small investment units.
Yes,
what happened to the GDP? The government of the action of the Prime Minister is directly contributing to crime.
And listen the GDP fiasco. The money is given to two persons who sits in the cabinet of Grenada. If you're giving one small business person $30,000, you could give 130,000 persons.
Look at what was done to the
130 persons could get from that money. They give only 2 persons. So it is clear.
Look at what was done to the people involved in the school sanitation program for COVID-19. The faith people, they fired these people, over 300 of them, and didn't even pay them, pay them. And the minister later laughed at them. It's human beings you're dealing with, you know. This is a direct contributing factor to the level of emotional and psychological stress in the country. The actions of the Prime Minister and the NDC government, their insensitive attitude towards the marginalized and lower income is contributing to crime. When the motivational speaker sponsored by the bank, look at the dismissive language he's using to describe people. Kind words bring back kind echoes. Nasty people, lumping. People are already on the breadline. The Prime Minister of Grenada, you say, address to solve problem and give up. The Prime Minister is contributing to crime. Remember, the most stressful challenge the Prime Minister had in 100 days was to take out pigtail. The most stressful challenge, while the people from Carriacou, the jobs was taken, the people from Pause, the caregivers, the Imanis, all these workers, they don't know what tomorrow will bring. The Prime Minister had the biggest challenge. I don't know if the photographers was, I don't know if it's among the laughter. The biggest challenge was taking out pictures. The Prime Minister is contributing to crime. I don't think if he believed that dropping the price of condom, that savings would not be passed on to the use of a condom.
Well, Mr. Pierre, I want to say something here. All the talk about the Prime Minister now, everything lays at the doorstep of the Prime Minister. He is the architect of everything happening. The day he had that interview in the Prime Minister's office with the disciple of hate, it is clear that he, the Prime Minister, is part of every nonsense happening. All the lies and deceit. Secondly, anytime he addresses the nation by his administration, right, artificial intelligence,
AI,
writes the speech, Mr.
ChatGPT.
You understand? Artificial intelligence writes this speech. And we was here, Mr. P, and we try artificial intelligence. We ask AI who own RealFM. He said the Gleaner in Jamaica. And I alright in the speech for the Prime Minister to address the nation. You know? You understand? You have a call?
Yeah, we do.
Let's take the call.
Hello on the WhatsApp.
Hey, good morning to everybody. You know, the NDC, led by the Prime Secretary Commissioner, he spoke about restorative justice. But I wonder who injustice were done to. And the trend that you see the government and the policy of the government, like if injustice was done to the business people, because what you see the government doing presently is taking away from the poor class of people and to enlarge the richer class, the higher class of people. Because call, when you look at something, when you check something, whatever more workers working in the country, it also benefits the business people. Because when more people work, if they go and shop in the supermarket, so the business people benefited. So I want to know where President spoke about restorative justice, who injustice was done to? Because more people work in the country, it's better for the business people. So when you want to talk about restorative justice, injustice is coming to the poor class of people, and you're also hindering the growth of the country, and the business people that should be getting more money from people that's working, they end up getting less. So I want to ask you the question: when you speak of restorative justice, what really is speaking about? Who you think? We could see definitely like what he's trying to say, right? Is that you're taking from the rich to give to the poor, right? So then you're taking from the poor not to give to the rich.
You see, because
so when I look at it, that's what I'm saying. That's to my understanding.
You're asking what do you mean by that? It's the National Democratic Congress always hostile to people in the lower income group. So when the government built 10,000 toilets, you remember NDC object to that?
Yes.
When the Imani program, you remember they object to that? There was a bill they passed in Parliament, I can't remember the details, so that people who committed crime over some small crime, they would, I don't know what is the right word, they would kind of cleanse their record.
Expunge the record.
They expunge the record. They were objecting to that. During the COVID-19, when the government was doing its utmost, the NDC agents was storing up jab. While we had 6 Olympian journalists was going to hunt down jab to find out if they were playing jab. You're asking who the injustice was done to? That is what they consider as rebalancing. They say it's dead time now. So they could travel the world and go where they want. The previous Gary Bowen advocated that in a worst case scenario, we must not have to fire anybody for 4 months. Yeah. They said that is injustice to them. Yes, caller, welcome.
Good afternoon again, good morning again, Mr. Faye and Mr. Carl and Igwe. Just an observation. When I was in the hospital, I observed a lot of things. All the caregivers the government gets rid of, why didn't they put them in the hospital to help the nurses? The nurses are short-staffed and they're running up and down. They could help wash the patient. They could help feed the patient. I saw patients crying. They want to turn, they're crying. They're begging us to turn them. The food is in front of them and they cannot eat it. They cannot drink tea. So they can't even help wash. 2 nurses on duty. And she has got a lot of patients. She has got a lot of patients to look after. So if they are appointing some of the caregivers and to help the nurses, that will help. And that will minimum the excess work, because some of them, for true, I spoke to a few, they're working for long hours. Some of them come at 7 o'clock in the morning and they finish in 9 o'clock in the night. And then again, they have to run home, and some of them say they have to come back because they're waiting for the person to relieve them and they didn't come. So all the caregivers they get rid of, put some of them in the hospital to help the people. Instead of you letting them go home and sit down. That's all I have to say. Thank you, Mr. President.
That is not the policy. We saw people in Grenada. Yes, scholar, welcome. Yes, scholar, welcome.
We lost it.
People have to understand that the national democratic policy is not geared towards them.
No.
You were deceived. When the Prime Minister knowingly tell lies, I could perhaps be sympathetic to the other individuals, but not Dennis Cornwall and Lennox Andrew. Both of them know better. They knew that we have to have a parallel service. They knew that you could not have make everybody permanent. They knew you could not have made the money permanent. So Dennis Cornwall, Comrade Dennis Cornwall, and my brother Lennox Andrew was complicit in helping to make this pile of lies. And that would be a serious contributing factor to some of the emotional dislocation in this country now. People on the breadline, people worried. I mean, if you are unemployed, sometimes you're fed up. But if you're working and you lose your job, it becomes a very stressful situation.
It becomes.
You have people working for 16 and 19 and 15 years, losing their job. And people rejoicing. The Minister of Labor laughed as if she had a orgasmic experience. You have people glad, they say yes, go and pong stone in the river. Because the bitterness and the dismissive language that is released on top, it has rippling and devastating effect on the ground. And this is the reality. So you might be asking for NDC. No, they want a teaching hospital where they're going to make a big money. And I ask you to research Mr. 10%. You're going to understand better why the government want a teaching hospital. The government could easily put doctors in the parish to operate 8 hours a day, 7 days for the week or 6 days for the week. And that would provide the service for people. And it would lessen on the stress, numerical stress, in the Princess Alice and St. George's Hospital. And you could put some emphasis on major health services. You don't need a teaching hospital. But the NDC government would not make a big money if they don't build a teaching hospital. And they have their shopping bags. And they believe that the government coffers is their time now. That is what Mr. Thomas means by rebalancing. That is what the gentleman means by realigning. That is what I mean. It's their time now. It's NDC time. Kids spend so much time building 10,000 toilets. You remember what they told Eric William in Trinidad? When he said he have $80 million for the school feeding program. A man get up and ask him them children is his, you know.
Yeah.
Eric Williams say, my government of Trinidad and Tobago have provided $80 million for the school feeding program. One of the opposition asking if them children is his. So when kids say 10,000 toilet, the NDC vex. 3,000 Imanis, they angry. More money for the seed program. They say it's a handout country. We're making people dependent. So now the NDC, they want money to travel. $2,000 more on their income. I understand they establish a committee because the Prime Minister wants 5 or 10,000 more. So they're using traveling as a subterfuge, as a means to enrich themselves. That's the reality. And the more people don't understand, sometimes we put emphasis on individual mistakes and not the policy of the government. The NDC policy is going to bring this country productivity level down.
You'll grind it to a halt.
Within the public service, within the police service, within the health service, the teaching service. Look at the government, if I should say impromptu or spontaneous reaction to this last common entrance program. We don't know if they were using it as a means of political mischief, but what you would find, teachers may not be that motivated to give lessons anymore. So borderline children may not even cross the line. Some schools give lessons because they want like a bragging right. Some parents pay for the children to go for lessons. But the government new policy, the schools may not worry. And as a result, more children could be lost. Don't expect NDC government to feel it's a group of vultures. And I think that the time has come for people to call them out.
We have to continue to call them out.
And explain to you, have discussion in your homes. Because some of your children, who maybe their salary is $3,000, they believe them is Hefe. They're supporting NDC. You have to be a Hefe to support this group of individuals.
The minister in Gulf, they're still searching for her.
Yeah.
Couple school children missing.
Well, she was traveling with her spouse.
They want to know what's going on. They don't see that. They don't hear that. Look, problem in my phone this morning.
Give her some time. She go
looking for.
When she maybe back on back
like Adam and hiding.
Well, I don't understand how they not see her. I don't get that.
You see, it's sad that we make repeated mistakes. In 2008, the NDC won election 11 seats. The NDC, the economy was in free fall. The NDC was selling property to meet current expenditure, to meet salaries, to buy gas. The NDC sold land that did not belong to them.
You know this.
And the Minister of Finance was a lawyer. And he was a lawyer.
Yep.
And the Prime Minister was a lawyer.
Yeah.
And they sold land that did not belong to them. If a private citizen do that, what do you call it, Greg?
Fraud.
Fraud.
Yeah.
I'll know it in jail.
Yeah.
They sold property that they didn't have the authority to sell. Is St. Vincent that they kind of give them a blight?
Yep.
St. Vincent had to give Grenada like a blight. They embarrassed the Queen. The government, the people decide, no, we can't take more. They took away all the 15 seats for them. They remained 2 terms outside. They did not change. They gotten rid of the moderates in the party. They attracted the agent of hate. They advocated to champion people. They advocated to give them armchair. They lie in pile. And people put them back in power. Now people talk about demonstration. What we need to do is to hold discussion among our people and see why we were fooled and why. So in the future, we will not make these mistakes.
No, because we need to educate it. I believe, some people about protest, and if that is how they feel, they could let it off. But even with the protest instead of education, you can see, if the NDC could have come with all these lies and catch people, that means people was not in the know. Simply put.
They lie in piling.
Yes.
It's not to say you speaking and you are cornered and you try to escape route.
Not to say they slip at the tongue.
It's not to say a slip at the tongue. It's not an extension. You didn't sex up the thing to make it look good. They lie in pile. And Dennis Cornwall and Lennox Andrew, because they are the two most senior public officers, they ought to know that you must have a parallel service. What? This country economy couldn't, and particularly in light of the, yes, caller, welcome.
No, it wasn't a caller.
Yeah, particularly in light of the issue with the pension.
But Mr. Dennis Cornwall and Mr. Lennox Andrew was part of the lie. Because Mr. Dennis Cornwall say as soon as the government NDC come in power, they go fix the...
And I could excuse all the other ministers, you know.
And
all
then,
the others.
And then Lennox Andrew say, don't worry. We know how to find money. We know how to govern.
And he said people concerned about that.
Yeah, you concerned. So we cannot exonerate that too.
No, this too. The others, I could forgive them. They didn't have sense.
But listen,
they were neophytes.
Listen something they eat. Let me get it.
The last one is saying?
Yeah.
NDC therefore demands that there must be substantial changes to the CBI law now. These changes must include 1. Making it a criminal offense punishable by long jail time to sell diplomatic passports. 2. Making it mandatory for the names, addresses, and countries of origins of all persons applying for and obtaining CBI status to be published. 3. Making it illegal for government officials to invest in CBI-approved project. This is a clear conflict of interest. 4. Requiring stringent due diligence that is not influenced by government officials. 5. Removing some of the powers of the minister into the hands of an independent, qualified body. And 6. Barring persons acquiring CBI status from being able to vote in our elections.
Mr. Pay, you hear the Attorney General?
And she was going to lock up the Prime Minister?
You hear she talk about changes. But we get changes. You know?
I think she was going to lock up the Prime
No, we
Minister.
get changes. We get changes because...
Yes, caller, welcome. Caller.
Hey, good morning.
Hey, morning, brother.
Yeah, as we talk about people lying and whatnot, let me tell you something. You know when you lie for somebody, they believe you. When you're speaking the truth, they find hard to believe. Let me give you a little story, a little experience what I had. I was working at the St. Paul's Roman Catholic Church. And while I was working there, me and one of the worker was in the secretary's office. He was making a phone call calling one of his girlfriends. And he was making plan to do something, go somewhere. I can't remember what they was doing. And the girl tell him, but you love the light so much, you know, he turn and tell her, well, if I don't lie for you, how you go love me? If I don't lie for you, how you go love me? So, you know, NDC have to lie for Grenadians, for Grenadians to love NDC. And when I was hearing all these things, but I was saying that too good to be true. I even called the RealFM and I tell them that you can't trust this thing. Could you trust this thing? What you're hearing? 500 homes, we can make everybody prominent by the stroke of a pen and this and that and the other. Somebody come back and say that's a different NDC, that's a new NDC, man. That it will happen, it must happen. No, you're seeing what's going on. No, you're seeing what's going on. So Grenadians need to take stock. But you see the thing is, for example, just open a church and just have to lie for members. Just have to lie for people. Man, you see people rushing that church. You don't tell them the truth, they don't come into you. You give them a free bus, they don't come in. But just tell them pay the transport and come. Just come and hear, man, you just don't lie for them. You see your church full of people. just go on the political platform and life agreeing that you see them flack and yeah. That's what they want to hear. They don't want to hear the truth. And even though they're speaking the truth, they know we got some people, they will defend the lies of the NDC. They wouldn't think to themselves as but even though they know what's going on, but they won't think to themselves, but they will say, but what the man is true, you know, but and they see doing a bad injustice to the people in this country. But they don't care. Once they in a certain bracket and they know the pie is in their place, they don't care about me and you. They don't care about this poor humble, these nasty people, how they call us. They don't care about us. They care about what they get in their plate. When I hear it is alleged that one man, when he go and host some kind of youth program, customer program, they say he is a legend. They say he getting about over $1,800 a day.
What?
So that is why you hear him. That is why you hear they're going to come and say this NNP nasty people. So they man have to protect the big piece of pie getting in the plate.
Mm-hmm.
He have to protect it. I mean, come on. People who are defending coming under your life are calling programs and they are disrespecting MPs, opposition people who come in and they're presenting the truth and they're telling them, they're disrespecting them, they're calling them, they try to belittle them, they try to bully them, they try to tell them all kind of nasty and hurtful things. It's people who are having they big up so they don't care. They don't care who's suffering. And like people and some of them they go into church tomorrow the Sabbath. The Sabbath platform in circle this evening. And they don't care. Some of them they go in church tomorrow.
We got evening and the morning.
Sunday. Yeah, they don't care. Once they big piece of pie in a place, they don't care. You understand? All of them, all the time, they used to talk, and let their voice be more. You know, the mutitis, they can't talk. So what you expect? What do you expect? I feel it for those who lost their job. I feel it for those the securities who contract was taken from them. I feel it for them. Mm-hmm. I feel it for the CGs. I feel it for the faith organization. Even the people from Carico, people from Pulse, the farmers who lost their job for the pest management, control the pest for the soil. I feel it for them. I feel it. And it's like, it is like, you know, the Bible says, if you can love the people who you could see, how you could love God who you can see. You understand? So for you to love God, you have to love the people around you who you could see. Love God and then love your fellow men. The two greatest commandments is to love for God, love your fellow men. But you have some of them, they only love God. Man, they cry down in church, they put a piece of white cloth on them, man, they beat it up themselves, they fall down, they catch spirit, but they hate their fellow men. What can I? You only catch a spirit when they're inside a church on a Sunday morning. What kind of God you love? You fake. Anyway, that's all I have to say. Have a pleasant day, guys.
Yes, caller, thank you. And I think that it is necessary for some people to speak. We have a caller on the line. Caller, welcome.
Good morning, RealFM family. Good morning, Mr.
Yes,
Pierre,
my brother.
Master Carl.
Hey.
Brother Pierre, I'm rolling here this morning. The piling up lies, you said?
The pile of lies, man.
Mr. Pierre, I heard something this morning. Well, not this morning, last night on a program. Anytime I hear NDC mouthpiece saying that there's a lot of NDC supporters have a lot at stake with this NDC staying in office, that alone should tell you the level of corruption these men believe and continue to practice on a daily basis. Listen to Claudette. She says she wants long jail term and long jail terms. She says she wants strict penalties and she wants long jail terms. So they come back again with this jail people for long. But let me start by jailing Honorable Bika Mitchell.
I think she have to spearhead that. I think the attorney general, she have to spearhead that.
Yes. Let me start with Angela St. Bernard. Let me start with Dennis Cornwall. Let me start with Bika Mitchell. They're playing stupid. These games they're playing. This games they're playing with Gradians. The figure we listening. What they were banking on, the internet and social media go save them.
Yeah.
But look at do they know that we also are educated in social media. So NDC, we have NPIs that balance social media like me. So I look at what all the mother they want. So all four of them. But have a good day.
Yes, you see, I think it's important that people understand. When NDC say is a lumpen,
Right now.
they mean you is a member of the crude and uneducated lowest class in society.
Wrong right now.
Listen to that.
And this is why I'm making the lie. That if you speak, you get victimized. And this is wrong. Because we should be able to speak. I can tell you I'm not a yes man. Right? We should be able to speak. If NDC is in power right now, we should be able to say exactly what we don't like that is going on in government. If an NMP, vice versa, same thing. Right? There's a fear going on right now that if you talk, you're going to get victimized. And that has to stop. We have to stop that. Whoever is doing it, we have to expose them. And I tell you, if anybody come from me, you come from me.
As your minister talking there, Andy.
Yes, you see, one of the terminology used a lot by NDC motivational, the one the bank sponsors. Like to call them lumpens, man. You like that word? Is a member of the crude and uneducated class of our society. So you see, there are some words that are very easy to come out of the mouth of the NDC.
Yeah.
You know, the big
derogatory
boys.
words.
You know? Are you lumpen? Are you stupid? Are you uneducated? Are you needy and greedy? Are you dunce? They say he's a member of the crude and uneducated lowest class of society.
Eh?
That is what it means. So that the NDC always believe you are the ones say fools could make money, but wise people have to spend it. So right now they're wise. So they're gallivanting in the international community, having galas and fixing tie and taking pictures. And the Prime Minister's biggest challenge in 100 days was taking pictures. Too much of pictures. Everybody want to take pictures of him. And he said that is the biggest challenge in 100 days. While the women of Karikou and the women of Paul's was out of job. While the workers in Grand Bay Estate and the workers in Faith and the workers on the road and the workers involved in pest management unit was out of the job.
Them cannabis men and them.
Ask something for the weed man and them.
Well, they say they go legalize weed.
Many of our citizens, particularly young men, have been turned into criminals for the mere use or possession of very small amounts of marijuana. And therefore, the National Democratic Congress will expunge the records of law-abiding citizens who otherwise have been made criminals simply by using or possessing marijuana. The National Democratic Congress also recognizes the importance and significance of marijuana in the religion of our Rastafarian communities. And we believe the Rastafarian communities in fact owed an apology for the fact that they too have been criminalized for several years by the use of.
And the part two.
Well, the record was expunged already under the government.
The National Democratic Congress will not just decriminalize the use of marijuana, but in fact legalize the use of marijuana and create a cannabis and marijuana industry that will provide real, big and tangible benefits for the citizens of Grenada. We will do this by ensuring that the marijuana industry is well regulated, that it provides significant tax revenues for the state of Grenada, and that the industry is owned and controlled for the benefit of citizens of Grenada.
You lie again?
You lie. That is what you call lying pile. You see, when you sit down in an office or in a lab and you plan to lie, and you plan to lie to the most genuine people in the country,
Lying pile.
It's a pile of lie. If you cornered and you stretch the truth, you get excited or something, So the government been lying in pile. And it's not justified because it has serious economic consequences, psychological and consequences, and you could contribute to emotional imbalance and violence in our country. And too much of our people are suffering. The workers in Carriacou, the new labor commissioner seems to be on the government side because he's trying still preventing the union, and the union is half-hearted, you know.
No. Everybody free the permanent secretary of it.
No, the unions.
Yeah, man, you don't come in when they call him, man, and nobody can tell him nothing.
Good unions fear no one. Eric Gary took on the British two battleships.
And why they can't get the
unions don't want to.
Oh,
the unions are not genuine.
Okay.
If the public workers union was genuine, they have this meeting already. In the same way, the public workers union refused to go to the Minister of Labour. In this present negotiation, remember, they did not end up with the Ministry of Labour. The negotiation was settled by all the unions before they meet Labour. So this issue bypassed Labour and goes straight to the minister. This issue should have been settled if the union was not half-hearted. You know, the unions is their heart is not in the workers of Carriacou. It's a little cosmetic approach they take towards it.
So they're not 100?
No, it's not. If the union serious about that, the permanent secretary to meet the union, the minister come in. You don't have to hesitate with permanent secretary. And that's when the permanent secretary doesn't understand his role. Other permanent secretary would have informed the permanent secretary, you're not a politician, you're an insulator.
You spoke a lot this morning, Mr. P, on lies. And I could remember one time I was listening to Patrick Manning, Prime Minister of Trinidad as he then was. May his soul rest in peace. And he said, if you show me a liar, I will show you a thief. You understand?
But you always have to lie is thief.
And then, corruption don't have a statute date. So you could be in office now and do all you're doing. When you lose office, anything could happen. Yeah. And where there is no shame, anything does happen, Mr. P.
Well, the prime
we have come to the end of the program today, Mr. P.
Yeah.
Thanks for being here, and thanks to all the listeners for being part of the program, and even those who call and contributed. I will be back here on Sunday. And Mr. P will be back here on Monday. Take care. Love you all. Bless.
Yes.
Where you walk, what you say?